He thought he was in control, bringing his pregnant mistress into his house while his wife was away. But when the FBI knocked on the door, nothing would ever be the same. What he didn't know was that this mistake would lead him to an unexpected fate. The taxi pulled up to the elegant brownstone in Boston's Beacon Hill neighborhood, its tires crunching on the freshly fallen autumn leaves. Samantha Monroe's heartbeat quickened as she gazed up at the warm glow emanating from the windows of what had been her sanctuary for the past 7 years. The past 2 months in Europe had been exhilarating but exhausting, a whirlwind of galleries, negotiations, and acquisitions that had further cemented her reputation as one of the most discerning art curators in the country. But now, all she wanted was home. "This is perfect, thank you," she said, handing the driver a generous tip. The crisp October air nipped at her cheeks as she pulled her cashmere scarf tighter around her neck. She had deliberately finished her work in Milan 3 days ahead of schedule, abandoning her final appointments in favor of surprising Nathaniel. Their 15th anniversary was tomorrow, and though they had planned to celebrate when she returned next week, she couldn't resist the romantic notion of catching him off guard. She'd even packed the small Venetian glass figurine she'd found in a hidden boutique, a perfect addition to his prized collection. As the taxi pulled away, Samantha felt a flutter of excitement. She hadn't told anyone about her early return, not her assistant Marcus, not her friend Daphne, and certainly not Nathaniel. For once, the woman who meticulously planned everything would be the source of spontaneity. Samantha tucked a strand of her auburn hair behind her ear as she pulled her luggage up the familiar stone steps. The burnished brass door knocker, a housewarming gift from her grandmother, gleamed in the porch light. She could have used her key, but there was something thrilling about ringing the bell, imagining the look of delighted surprise on Nathaniel's face when he opened the door. But after 30 seconds of silence, Samantha reached for her key instead. Perhaps he was in the shower or wearing headphones while working in his study. The familiar weight of the key in her palm was comforting, a physical reminder that no matter how far she traveled, this place was her anchor. The lock turned smoothly, and she pushed open the heavy wooden door. The entryway was dark, but light spilled from the direction of the kitchen, along with the unmistakable aroma of rosemary and garlic, Nathaniel's signature roast chicken. Her stomach growled in response. How thoughtful of him to be cooking tonight. Perhaps he'd invited friends over, knowing he'd be alone for another week. "Honey," she called out, dropping her bags in the foyer. "It's me. I finished early in Milan and thought I'd—" The words died in her throat as she rounded the corner into the kitchen. Standing at the marble island, a glass of red wine in one hand and a wooden spoon in the other, was a woman Samantha had never seen before. She was strikingly beautiful, with olive skin and a cascade of dark curls pulled into a messy bun. But what caused Samantha's breath to catch wasn't just the stranger's presence. It was the visible curve of her pregnant belly beneath the apron. Samantha's apron. For a moment, the two women simply stared at each other, one in growing horror, the other in mild surprise that quickly morphed into something more calculated. "You must be Samantha," the woman said finally, setting down her wineglass with deliberate slowness. "We weren't expecting you until next week." Her voice carried the faintest hint of an accent, French perhaps, or Italian. Samantha's mind raced to make sense of the scene before her. A client of Nathaniel's, a friend of a friend needing a place to stay. But the comfortable way this woman navigated the kitchen, the casual use of "we," the apron that Samantha's mother had given her last Christmas, none of it added up to an innocent explanation. "I'm sorry, who are you?" Samantha managed, her voice steadier than she felt. The woman wiped her hands on the apron, on Samantha's apron, and stepped forward with an extended hand. "Isabel Durand. It's nice to finally meet you. Nathaniel has told me so much about you." Samantha didn't take the offered hand. "Why are you in my kitchen? And where is my husband?" Isabel's smile wavered slightly, but she recovered quickly. "Nathaniel is still at the office. He should be home in about an hour." She gestured to the stove. "I'm making coq au vin, his favorite. Would you like a glass of wine? Though I suppose you've had a long journey. Perhaps water would be better." The casual domesticity of the offer sent a wave of nausea through Samantha. "I don't want water. I want to know what you're doing in my house." Isabel tilted her head slightly, her expression somewhere between pity and amusement. "I've been living here for the past 7 weeks while you've been away. I thought Nathaniel would have told you by now." She ran a hand over her swollen belly. "Especially given the circumstances." The room seemed to tilt beneath Samantha's feet. 7 weeks. Almost the entire time she'd been in Europe, and the implications of that rounded belly were impossible to ignore. "You're saying that Nathaniel and I are expecting a child, yes?" Isabel's tone was gentle, as if breaking difficult news to a child. "I'm in my 2nd trimester. We had the anatomy scan last week. It's a boy." Samantha gripped the edge of the counter to steady herself. This couldn't be happening. Nathaniel, her Nathaniel, would never... But even as denial rose to her lips, details she had overlooked came into sharp focus. The increasingly brief phone calls over the past 2 months, his insistence that she extend her trip when the Munich gallery requested additional time, the vague responses when she'd asked about his daily life. "I think you should leave," Samantha said, her voice remarkably calm despite the storm raging inside her. Isabel looked genuinely surprised. "Leave? But this is my home now. Nathaniel and I have been..." "This is my home!" The force of Samantha's sudden shout surprised even herself. "My name is on the deed. My family's money purchased it. My taste decorated it. And you have exactly 30 seconds to get out before I call the police and report you as an intruder." Instead of being intimidated, Isabel merely sighed, as if dealing with an unreasonable colleague. "I understand this is a shock. Perhaps you'd like to look around while we wait for Nathaniel. See the changes we've made. It might help you process everything." The suggestion was so casually cruel that it momentarily left Samantha speechless. Changes? What changes? But even as the question formed in her mind, her eyes began to register the subtle differences in the kitchen. The vintage French coffee press that had replaced her sleek espresso machine. The unfamiliar ceramic canisters where her modernist glass containers had been. The collection of copper pots hanging where Samantha's professional-grade stainless steel set once hung. Without another word to Isabel, Samantha turned and moved through her home like a woman in a trance. In the dining room, her grandmother's antique oak table had been replaced by a glass and chrome monstrosity. The living room walls, once adorned with carefully curated abstract expressionist pieces, now displayed moody black and white photographs. And on the mantel, where a collection of framed memories once stood, Samantha and Nathaniel at their wedding. On the Amalfi Coast, receiving the Arts Foundation Award, now sat photos of her husband with this stranger. Nathaniel and Isabel at what appeared to be a cabin by a lake. Nathaniel, with his hand on Isabel's still flat stomach, both of them beaming. Nathaniel placing a kiss on Isabel's cheek against a backdrop of Boston Harbor. Each image was a fresh wound, a brutal confirmation of the unthinkable, but it was what she found in their bedroom, no, not theirs anymore, that broke something fundamental inside her. Her antique vanity, a treasured heirloom passed down through 3 generations of women in her family, was gone. In its place stood a modern dressing table cluttered with unfamiliar cosmetics. The closet that once housed her carefully organized designer wardrobe was now filled with another woman's clothes. Even the bedding had been changed from the crisp white linens she preferred to a dark, sensual burgundy. "We redecorated most of the house," Isabel said from the doorway, having followed at a distance. "Nathaniel said you wouldn't mind, that your taste was always a bit cold for his liking." Samantha turned slowly to face the woman who had so thoroughly erased her presence from her own home. "How long?" The question emerged as barely more than a whisper. "How long what? Have Nathaniel and I been together? Or how long have we been planning for me to move in?" "Both." Isabel leaned against the doorframe, one hand cradling her belly in what seemed like a deliberately provocative gesture. "We met 8 months ago at a charity function for the Continental Trust. I was representing a group of French investors. The connection was immediate." She smiled at the memory. "By our 3rd date, we knew this was something special. He told me about his unhappiness, about how distant you'd become with your constant traveling and career obsession." Each word was a precision strike, but Samantha refused to show the damage. "And the baby? The timing seems convenient." A flash of something, annoyance perhaps, crossed Isabel's face before the serene smile returned. "Sometimes life gives you unexpected gifts. Nathaniel was overjoyed when we found out. He's always wanted children, you know, something you were never willing to give him." The accusation hung in the air between them. It was true that Samantha and Nathaniel had decided to delay having children while she established her career and he built his investment portfolio. But it had been a mutual decision, or so she had thought. He is not a man who would abandon his marriage and responsibilities so easily, Samantha said, more to convince herself than to challenge Isabel. Isabel's laugh was soft but cutting. Oh, Samantha, he's been unhappy for years. He told me how you prioritized your precious artwork over his needs, how you'd rather spend time with dead artists than a living husband. The only reason he stayed was financial entanglement and habit. She glanced around the room. But we've fixed that now. The papers are ready for you to sign tonight. Papers? Divorce papers. Nathaniel has been quite generous with the settlement terms. You get to keep your career and freedom, the things you've always valued most, and we get to be a family. Isabel's hand moved in slow circles over her belly. The family he's always wanted. The calculated cruelty of it all suddenly clarified something for Samantha. This wasn't just about Nathaniel falling in love with another woman. The meticulous redecorating, the strategic dismantling of her personal space, the psychological warfare of this conversation, it felt orchestrated, designed to destabilize and overwhelm her. Before she could formulate a response, the sound of a key in the front door echoed through the house, footsteps in the foyer, the rustle of a coat being removed, and then Nathaniel's voice, casual and oblivious. "Izzy, something smells amazing. Did you remember to pick up that Bordeaux I mentioned?" Samantha watched as Isabel's face transformed, softening into an expression of domestic bliss. "In the kitchen, darling," she called back, "and we have a visitor." The momentary pause in Nathaniel's footsteps told Samantha he'd seen her bags in the foyer. When he appeared in the bedroom doorway seconds later, his face was composed into a mask of practiced surprise. "Sam," he said, his voice carefully neutral, "you're back early." In the 7 years of their marriage, Samantha had memorized every nuance of her husband's expressions. She knew the slight crinkle around his eyes when he was genuinely pleased, the almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw when he was stressed, the particular way his left eyebrow arched when he was being insincere. What she saw now was none of those familiar tells. This was a stranger wearing her husband's face. "Surprise," she said flatly. Nathaniel looked between the two women, clearly gauging the situation. "I see you've met Isabel." "Yes, we've had quite the enlightening conversation while waiting for you." Samantha's voice was ice. "Apparently, you're having a baby. Congratulations. And redecorating. And filing for divorce." If Nathaniel was thrown by her directness, he didn't show it. Instead, he moved to stand beside Isabel, placing a protective arm around her shoulders. The gesture wasn't lost on Samantha. He was declaring his allegiance, drawing a clear line between past and future. "I was going to tell you when you returned next week," he said. "We had it all planned. A civilized dinner, a reasonable conversation between adults." He glanced at Isabel. "This isn't how we wanted you to find out." "How considerate of you to plan such a civilized destruction of our life together," Samantha replied. The initial shock was giving way to a cold, clarifying anger. "Tell me, was it before or after you started sleeping with her that you decided our marriage was unsalvageable?" Nathaniel's expression hardened. "That's unfair, Sam. We've been growing apart for years. You know that. When was the last time we had a real conversation that wasn't about your next acquisition or exhibition? When was the last time you prioritized us over your career?" The familiar argument, one they'd had in various forms over the past few years, now took on a sinister new context. Had he been building a case all along, creating a narrative of neglect to justify his betrayal? "So your solution was to move your pregnant girlfriend into our home while I was away on a business trip we both agreed was important, to erase every trace of me from spaces we built together." Samantha's voice remained steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm her. "That's not the response of a neglected husband, Nathaniel. That's the action of a calculated stranger." Something flickered in Nathaniel's eyes, discomfort perhaps, or annoyance at having his narrative challenged, but it was quickly replaced by a cool determination. "The papers are in my study," he said, ignoring her accusation. "A fair division of assets based on our prenuptial agreement, with some additional considerations given the unusual circumstances. My lawyer can walk you through it tomorrow, or you can have your own attorney review it. Either way, I need your signature tonight." "Tonight?" Samantha couldn't hide her disbelief. "You expect me to sign divorce papers the same night I discover you've been unfaithful and have completely violated our home?" "It would be best for everyone," Isabel interjected, her tone suggesting she was being the reasonable one. "A clean break allows everyone to move forward with dignity." Samantha turned her gaze to the woman who had so thoroughly inserted herself into her life. "I wasn't speaking to you." Nathaniel stepped slightly in front of Isabel, as if shielding her. "There's no need for hostility, Sam. This situation is difficult enough." "Difficult?" The word came out as a strangled laugh. "You've betrayed our marriage, impregnated another woman, moved her into our home, erased my existence from spaces I created, and now you're demanding I sign divorce papers on the spot. Difficult doesn't begin to cover what this situation is." A flicker of what might have been shame crossed Nathaniel's face, but his resolve didn't waver. "The fact remains that Isabel and I are starting a family. The longer you draw this out, the more painful it will be for everyone." He lowered his voice, adopting the conciliatory tone he used in tough negotiations. "Think about it, Sam. You've always prioritized your independence. Now you can fully commit to your career without any domestic distractions." The calculated way he was using her career aspirations against her was particularly vicious. But beyond the personal betrayal, something else nagged at Samantha's instincts. The urgency of their demand, the completeness of her removal from the home, the timing of it all. "Why tonight?" she asked, her curator's eye for detail kicking in. "Why is my signature so urgently needed tonight specifically?" A nearly imperceptible glance passed between Nathaniel and Isabel, so quick that Samantha might have missed it if she hadn't been watching for exactly such a tell. "There's no specific urgency," Nathaniel replied too smoothly. "It's simply that you're here now unexpectedly, and we might as well handle it directly rather than prolonging the inevitable." But Samantha had spent her career assessing authenticity, distinguishing genuine masterpieces from clever forgeries. And right now, every instinct honed over decades in the art world was screaming that something about this situation was fake, manufactured. The pregnant girlfriend, the urgent divorce, the complete home makeover. It all felt like an elaborate stage setting for something she couldn't yet discern. "I'd like to see these papers," she said finally, "and I'd like some time alone to review them." Relief visibly washed over Nathaniel's face. "Of course, they're in my study. Take all the time you need." The familiar phrase, one he'd often used during their marriage when she was making important decisions, now felt like a mockery. As Nathaniel led the way downstairs, Samantha caught sight of her reflection in the hallway mirror. Despite the emotional bombardment of the past hour, she looked remarkably composed. The woman staring back at her wasn't broken or defeated. She was alert, focused, and increasingly suspicious. In the study, now also transformed with darker furniture and heavier drapes, Nathaniel retrieved a thick envelope from his desk drawer. Everything's explained in detail. The division of properties, financial assets, personal items. As I said, it's all very fair. Samantha took the envelope without opening it. "I'd like some privacy, please." Nathaniel hesitated, then nodded. "We'll be in the kitchen. Take your time." He paused at the door. "For what it's worth, Sam, I never meant to hurt you. Sometimes life takes unexpected turns." After he closed the door behind him, Samantha didn't immediately open the envelope. Instead, she surveyed the study, noting the changes with a curator's precise eye. Nathaniel's beloved first edition Hemingways still occupied their place of honor on the built-in shelves, but her art history volumes were gone. His antique globe bar remained, but the photographs on his desk had been replaced with new ones featuring Isabel. She moved to his computer and noticed it was in sleep mode, the screen dimly showing what appeared to be a spreadsheet before it went dark. Nathaniel had always been meticulous about logging out of his workstation, a security protocol drilled into him by Continental Trust Bank, where he managed investment portfolios for high-net-worth clients, including Samantha's family foundation. The family foundation. A cold sensation spread through Samantha's chest as pieces began clicking into place. The timing of her European trip, arranged at Nathaniel's suggestion, the urgency of the divorce, the calculated psychological warfare designed to throw her off balance. She pulled out her phone and scrolled to Daphne's contact. Her friend had worked in compliance at Continental Trust for years, and though she and Nathaniel weren't in the same department, she might have insights Samantha now desperately needed. "Sam, aren't you still in Europe?" Daphne's voice was warm with surprise. "I came back early," Samantha replied, keeping her voice low. "Listen, I need to ask you something, and I need complete confidentiality." "Of course," Daphne's tone shifted to concern. "What's going on? Have you heard anything unusual about Nathaniel at work? Any rumors, concerns, unusual behaviors?" The brief pause on the other end of the line spoke volumes before Daphne even answered. "Sam, where are you right now? Are you at home?" "Yes." "Why?" Another pause. "Is Nathaniel there?" "Yes, with his pregnant girlfriend who has apparently been living in our house for the past 7 weeks. Samantha couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. "They're very eager for me to sign divorce papers tonight." "Oh my God!" Daphne's shock seemed genuine. "Sam, listen to me carefully. Don't sign anything. Do you understand? Not a single document." The urgency in her friend's voice confirmed Samantha's growing suspicions. "What's going on, Daphne?" "I can't discuss it over the phone," Daphne replied, her voice now barely above a whisper. "But there's an internal investigation happening. I've already said too much. Can you meet me? Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. at the public garden near the swan boats. Come alone and don't tell Nathaniel." "I'll be there," Samantha promised, her mind racing with implications. "And Sam, be careful tonight. Don't confront him about anything financial. Just find a reason to leave the house if you can." After ending the call, Samantha sat motionless, processing this new information. An internal investigation, financial irregularities, the desperate push for her signature tonight. It all pointed to something far more sinister than marital infidelity. With newfound purpose, she opened the envelope and began scanning the documents. Her legal knowledge was limited, but even she could see that these weren't standard divorce papers. Interspersed among the expected division of marital assets were clauses regarding the Monroe Family Foundation, her family's philanthropic organization that supported arts education across New England. Clauses that would effectively transfer signatory power and oversight from Samantha to Nathaniel in the interest of continuity and stability. The foundation had been established by Samantha's grandfather, funded with old Boston money and grown through careful investment. While Nathaniel had handled some of the financial aspects in recent years, ultimate control had always remained with Samantha as the Monroe heir. The foundation was worth millions, far more than their personal assets combined. A sick feeling grew in Samantha's stomach as more pieces fell into place. The pregnancy, the rushed divorce, the psychological manipulation, all of it could be an elaborate scheme to gain control of the foundation's substantial assets. She was still processing this realization when the study door opened without warning. Nathaniel stood there, his expression carefully neutral. "Have you had enough time?" he asked, stepping into the room. "Dinner's ready, but I thought we should settle this first." Samantha closed the folder deliberately, her mind working rapidly to formulate a plan. She couldn't let on that she suspected anything beyond the personal betrayal. Not yet. Not until she spoke with Daphne and understood the full scope of what might be happening. "I've reviewed enough to know I won't be signing tonight," she said, meeting his gaze steadily. "My attorney will need to look these over, particularly the sections regarding the foundation." A muscle twitched in Nathaniel's jaw, a tell she recognized from their rare but serious arguments. "That's unnecessarily complicated, Sam. The foundation provisions are standard protocol for ensuring continuity." "Perhaps," she replied, rising from his desk chair. "But as you've made abundantly clear tonight, I can no longer trust your definition of standard or protocol, so we'll do this by the book, with proper legal review." Nathaniel stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. The papers simply formalize what we both know is already over." "Our marriage may be over," Samantha conceded, "but my responsibility to my family's legacy is not. The foundation is non-negotiable, Nathaniel. It stays with me as my grandfather intended." Something dangerous flashed in his eyes, a momentary glimpse of fury quickly masked by practiced charm. "We can discuss specific terms tomorrow. For tonight, why don't we try to be civilized, have dinner, talk things through?" The invitation was so bizarrely inappropriate that Samantha almost laughed. "You want me to have dinner with you and your pregnant girlfriend in the home you've stripped of my existence? That's your idea of civilized?" Nathaniel sighed as if dealing with an unreasonable child. "Where will you go, Sam? It's late. You've just returned from an international flight, and Boston's full of tourists this time of year. Every decent hotel will be booked." The subtle trap became clear. He wanted her to stay, perhaps to continue the psychological pressure, perhaps to monitor her movements now that she'd expressed reservations about the papers. Either way, Samantha had no intention of spending another minute in what had become enemy territory. "I'll manage," she said, moving toward the door. "I'll have my attorney contact yours tomorrow regarding the documents." Nathaniel didn't move from her path, but his stance subtly shifted to one of implied obstruction. "At least take the copies with you," he said, nodding toward the envelope. "So your lawyer has something to review." It was a reasonable request on the surface, but something in his tone made Samantha wary. "I'll get them from your attorney directly," she replied. "A clean chain of custody seems appropriate given the circumstances." His expression hardened. "You always did have a flair for the dramatic, Sam. It's just a divorce, not international espionage." But Samantha had spent decades in the art world, where authenticity was everything, and forgeries could be worth millions. She knew when someone was trying to force her hand, and she knew the value of trusting her instincts. "Goodbye, Nathaniel," she said, stepping around him. "Enjoy your dinner." As she moved through the house, her house, toward the foyer, she was acutely aware of both Nathaniel following closely behind and Isabel watching from the kitchen doorway. The performance aspect of their behavior strengthened her suspicion that something orchestrated was happening. They weren't just a couple dealing with an awkward confrontation. They were handlers, managing a situation. At the front door, Samantha paused to collect her luggage. Her mind was already mapping out her next steps. A hotel tonight, meeting Daphne tomorrow, contacting her family's long-standing attorney. She would need to move quickly, but methodically. "You're making a mistake, Sam," Nathaniel said from behind her, his voice dropping to a more intimate tone now that Isabel couldn't hear. "Taking this to lawyers will only reveal things you'd rather keep private, things about your family, about the foundation. Sometimes it's better to make a clean break." The thinly veiled threat confirmed her worst suspicions. This wasn't just about a marriage ending. This was about something Nathaniel had done, something he needed her complicity to cover up. Samantha turned to face the man she had once trusted above all others. In the soft light of the foyer, he still looked like the ambitious, charming MBA she'd fallen in love with. But now she could see the calculation behind his warm brown eyes, the self-interest masquerading as concern. "You know what your problem is, Nathaniel," she said quietly. "You've always underestimated me. You see the society wife, the curator with the prestigious pedigree, and you think that's all I am. But you forget that I've spent my career distinguishing masterpieces from forgeries." She glanced meaningfully toward the kitchen where Isabel waited. "And right now, I'm looking at a very amateur fake." For a moment, genuine alarm flashed across his face before he could compose himself. "You're upset and not thinking clearly," he said, reaching for her arm. "Stay tonight. We'll talk in the morning when you've had time to process everything." Samantha stepped back, avoiding his touch. "I'm thinking more clearly than I have in years," she replied, "and you should know that if anything happens to me tonight, anything at all, I've already shared my concerns with people who will ask all the right questions." It was a bluff, but a calculated one. She hadn't told anyone except Daphne about her situation, and even that had been vague, but Nathaniel's slight flinch told her the warning had hit its mark. "No one is threatening you, Sam," he said, his tone conciliatory but his eyes cold. "I'm simply trying to make a difficult situation easier for everyone." "I'm sure you are," she replied, opening the front door. "But from now on, we'll handle this my way, properly, legally, and completely transparently." As she stepped out into the cool Boston night, luggage in hand, Samantha felt a curious mixture of devastation and determination. Her marriage was over. Her home had been invaded. Her trust had been violated in the most fundamental way, but something else had awakened in her, a steely resolve and a growing suspicion that what she'd uncovered tonight was merely the visible portion of a much larger deception. Behind her, the door to her former life closed with a definitive click. Ahead lay uncertainty, but also truth. And if there was one thing Samantha Monroe valued above all else, it was authenticity, in art and in life. As she walked away from the brownstone, she pulled out her phone again, this time to book a hotel room. But before she could open the app, a text message from an unknown number appeared on her screen. "Don't use credit cards or phone payment. Cash only. Ditch your regular phone. They're watching. D. Daphne." The cryptic warning sent a chill through Samantha that had nothing to do with the autumn air. This was no longer just about a failed marriage or even financial impropriety. This was something that warranted surveillance and burner phones, something dangerous. For a moment, Samantha stood frozen on the sidewalk, the full weight of her new reality crashing down around her. Everything she had built, her marriage, her home, her sense of security, had been revealed as a carefully constructed illusion. But as the initial shock subsided, another emotion rose to take its place, a cold, clarifying anger that focused her mind with laser precision. If Nathaniel and his pregnant accomplice thought they had broken her, they were about to discover just how profoundly they had miscalculated. Samantha Monroe hadn't spent decades authenticating masterpieces without learning how to spot a counterfeit. And right now, every instinct honed through years in the art world was telling her that she had uncovered the beginning threads of an elaborate forgery, one that extended far beyond her marriage and into something potentially criminal. With renewed purpose, she hailed a passing taxi, her mind already formulating a plan. She would need resources, allies, and most importantly, information. The game Nathaniel had started was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. "Where to, ma'am?" the taxi driver asked as she settled into the back seat. Samantha took one last look at the brownstone that had been her home, now transformed into ground zero of an elaborate deception. "The Fairmont Copley Plaza," she replied, naming a hotel where she knew the management staff well, people who would check her in discreetly, without electronic records if necessary. "And could you drive past the Common? I need a few minutes to make some calls." As the taxi pulled away from the curb, Samantha felt a strange sense of liberation beneath the pain and betrayal. For the first time in years, the fog of complacency had lifted, revealing a clarity of purpose she hadn't experienced since her early days as a curator. Nathaniel had made a critical error in his elaborate scheme. He had assumed her discovery of his infidelity would leave her too emotionally devastated to notice the financial manipulation hidden within the divorce papers. What he failed to understand was that Samantha Monroe had built her reputation on her ability to see what others missed, to distinguish the authentic from the fraudulent, to recognize patterns and inconsistencies that revealed deeper truths. And now, all of those skills would be directed toward unraveling whatever scheme her husband had entangled her in. The game of deception had begun, but Samantha had no intention of being merely a pawn in someone else's strategy. By the time this was over, she would reveal every fragment of this deception, not just for herself but for whatever justice lay waiting at the end of this newly revealed path. Dawn broke over Boston Common, painting the autumn trees in hues of gold and amber. Samantha sat on a bench near the swan boats, watching early morning joggers circle the park. She'd barely slept in her hotel room at the Fairmont, her mind racing through scenarios and analyzing details from the previous night's confrontation. Following Daphne's cryptic text, she'd withdrawn the maximum daily limit from an ATM, then purchased a prepaid phone from a 24-hour convenience store. Basic precautions, perhaps unnecessary, but Samantha's years in the high-value art world had taught her that paranoia was often just good preparation by another name. At precisely 7 a.m., Daphne Phillips appeared on the path, her corporate attire suggesting she was headed straight to the office after this meeting. Always punctual, always professional, traits that had made her rise quickly through Continental Trust's compliance department. They had met at Wellesley College and maintained their friendship through the years, though Daphne had never particularly warmed to Nathaniel. "You look terrible," Daphne said by way of greeting, sitting beside Samantha and handing her a coffee. "Though considering what you walked into, you're holding up remarkably well." Samantha accepted the coffee gratefully. "I feel like I've woken up in someone else's life. Nothing makes sense. The pregnancy, the rush for divorce, the way they've completely transformed the house. It's like they were erasing me." "They were," Daphne said simply. She glanced around, confirming they were relatively isolated before continuing. "I need to be careful what I say, Sam. There's an active internal investigation at Continental, and the FBI might already be involved." Samantha's hands tightened around her coffee cup. "FBI? So this is about more than just my husband having an affair. Much more." Daphne lowered her voice. "About 3 months ago, I noticed some irregularities in the foundation accounts Nathaniel manages. Nothing obvious, he's too smart for that, but patterns that didn't align with the foundation's stated mission and historical activity." "What kind of irregularities?" "Unusual transfers to overseas accounts, investment allocations that didn't match the risk profile outlined in your family's trust documents." Daphne's expression was grim. "At first, I thought it might be simple negligence or aggressive strategy, so I flagged it to my supervisor. Then we discovered similar patterns across several other high net worth accounts under Nathaniel's management. The coffee turned bitter in Samantha's mouth. He's stealing? Not exactly. It's more sophisticated than that. He's been restructuring investments, moving funds through a complex network of accounts and entities. The money doesn't disappear. It just gets redirected. Daphne hesitated. And here's where it gets personal, Sam. The timing of these activities intensified dramatically about 8 months ago. When he met Isabel, Samantha murmured, the timeline clicking into place. Daphne nodded. Exactly. And the woman's name isn't Isabel Durand. Her real name is Abigail Tatum. She's known to financial intelligence units in at least 3 countries for her involvement in sophisticated fraud schemes. The revelation hit Samantha like a physical blow. Not only had her husband betrayed her emotionally, but he had also potentially entangled her family's philanthropic legacy in a criminal enterprise. The divorce papers, Samantha said suddenly. There were clauses about transferring control of the foundation to Nathaniel for continuity and stability, he said. That's what they need, Daphne confirmed. Your signature. As the Monroe heir, you're the primary trustee. Without your authorization, there are limits to what Nathaniel can do with the foundation's assets. But with those papers signed, he'd have full control. The implications made Samantha's blood run cold. How much are we talking about, Daphne? How much of the foundation's money is at risk? All of it, approximately $47 million. The amount momentarily stunned Samantha into silence. Her grandfather had established the foundation with old family money, which had grown substantially over decades of careful management. The foundation funded arts education programs across New England, provided scholarships, and supported museum acquisitions. It was her family's legacy, a responsibility she had never taken lightly. What do I do? She finally asked. Go to the police? Daphne shook her head. Not yet. The investigation is still gathering evidence. If Nathaniel realizes he's being watched, he could accelerate whatever he's planning or destroy evidence. She pulled a small envelope from her purse. This is the contact information for Special Agent Marcus Reeves with the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. He's leading the investigation. But before you call him, I need you to think, really think, about your relationship with Nathaniel over the past year. Any unusual behavior, unexplained absences, changes in routine. Samantha took the envelope, her mind already racing backward through time, reassessing memories in this new disturbing light. He started traveling more about a year ago, she said slowly. Weekend trips, he said, were for client meetings or industry conferences, and he encouraged me to pursue the European curation opportunity, even though it would mean 2 months apart. A memory suddenly crystallized, a conversation from last Christmas that had seemed insignificant at the time, but now took on new meaning. You should apply for the European acquisition position, Nathaniel said, refilling her wine glass as they sat in front of the fireplace in their Beacon Hill home. The Guggenheim connection alone would be huge for your career. Samantha looked up from the exhibition catalog she'd been reviewing. It's a 2-month commitment, Nate. We've never been apart that long. All the more reason to do it now while we're still young enough to have adventures. He smiled, that charismatic, confident smile that had first attracted her to him at a gallery opening 10 years ago. Besides, the foundation board meeting is in June, right after you'd return. Perfect timing for you to oversee the new grant cycle with fresh European perspectives. Something about his enthusiasm seemed off. Nathaniel had always been supportive of her career, but he'd also frequently complained about her work travel disrupting their life together. This sudden encouragement felt incongruous, but she'd dismissed the thought, assuming he was simply being generous. I'd have to leave in April, she mused. That's when the acquisitions begin. April would be perfect, he said, a little too quickly. I've got that conference in Zurich in May. We could meet there for a long weekend. Stay at that hotel on the lake you loved. She'd been touched by his thoughtfulness, never suspecting that he was actively creating space and opportunity for something else entirely. He manipulated me into being away, Samantha said, the realization burning like acid. He knew exactly when the foundation's annual reviews happen, when the largest transfers would occur. He created the perfect window of opportunity. Daphne's expression was sympathetic but focused. What about his personal finances? Any unusual purchases, new accounts, changes in spending habits? Another memory surfaced, a seemingly minor disagreement from earlier that spring. What's this charge for Beacon Secure Storage? Samantha asked, reviewing their joint credit card statement one Sunday morning. Did you rent a storage unit? Nathaniel glanced up from his laptop, a flicker of something, annoyance, concern, crossing his face before he smiled casually. Just temporarily. I'm storing some client files that need to be kept physically for compliance reasons. The bank's archive is being renovated. Since when does Continental ask executives to store files off-site at their own expense? She asked, finding the explanation odd. It's a special case. Sensitive materials for a high-profile client I volunteered, shows initiative. He closed his laptop. Actually, I could use your expertise next weekend. There's a potential new client, major art collector from overseas. Would you be willing to join us for dinner? Your knowledge would be impressive. The subject change had been smooth, appealing to her professional vanity, and she'd allowed the storage question to fade away, unresolved. He rented a storage unit, Samantha told Daphne. Said it was for client files but was vague about details. And there were other things too. New encrypted communication apps on his phone, late-night calls he'd take in his study with the door closed. I assumed it was work stress or international clients in different time zones. Classic misdirection, Daphne said. Create plausible explanations for suspicious behavior, then redirect attention elsewhere. It's straight out of the fraud playbook. Samantha's thoughts turned to Isabel, no Abigail, and her apparent pregnancy. Do you think the pregnancy is real, or is that part of the con too? Daphne's expression tightened. I can't say for certain, but in similar cases, physical transformations are sometimes used as sympathy plays or distractions. A pregnant woman is less likely to be suspected of financial crimes and more likely to elicit sympathy from authorities if caught. The calculated nature of the deception made Samantha feel physically ill. Every aspect of her life had been weaponized against her. Her marriage, her home, her career aspirations, and now, potentially, even the emotional manipulation of a fabricated child. I need to see those divorce papers again, she said suddenly. Really analyze what they were trying to get me to sign. You should have copies made and give them to Agent Reeves, Daphne agreed. But be careful about going back to the house. If Nathaniel suspects you're onto him, there's no telling what he might do. The warning sent a chill through Samantha. The man she'd shared her life with for 7 years was now a potential threat, an adversary capable of elaborate deception and possibly worse. I have keys to Nathaniel's Beacon Hill office, she said. He keeps copies of important documents there. I could go when I know he's at the main Continental building downtown. Daphne checked her watch. The senior management meeting is today at 11. All department heads are required to attend, and it usually runs 2 hours. She hesitated, then added, I shouldn't be telling you this. You're not, Samantha assured her. You're simply mentioning your own work schedule within my hearing. She squeezed her friend's hand. Thank you, Daphne, for everything. As Daphne rose to leave, she gave Samantha a searching look. How are you really doing with all this? On a personal level? The question caught Samantha off guard. She'd been so focused on the potential financial crimes that she hadn't fully processed the emotional betrayal. I'm compartmentalizing, she admitted. The shock, the hurt, the anger. I've pushed it aside to deal with the immediate threats. But sometimes in the quiet moments, her voice faltered. I keep seeing her in my kitchen, wearing my apron, touching my things. I keep hearing Nathaniel confirm it all without a hint of remorse. 7 years of marriage, Daphne. Was any of it real? Daphne's expression softened. I can't answer that, Sam. But I know this. You're stronger than he calculated. He expected you to fall apart, not to investigate. That's going to be his downfall. After Daphne left for work, Samantha remained on the bench, watching the morning light strengthen across the park. Her mind kept returning to the transformed house, the systematic erasure of her presence that went beyond mere redecorating. It felt personal, vindictive even, as if Abigail hadn't been satisfied with taking Samantha's husband, but needed to usurp her entire identity. With 3 hours until Nathaniel's meeting downtown, Samantha decided to use the time productively. She opened her laptop at a nearby cafe with secure Wi-Fi and began researching Abigail Tatum. Information was limited on public channels, but Samantha had connections in the art world where financial fraud occasionally intersected with her professional sphere. A discreet email to an old colleague now working at Art Loss Register yielded valuable background. Abigail Tatum had been peripherally connected to at least 2 cases of art-based money laundering in European markets, though never charged. Her specialty appeared to be inserting herself into the lives of wealthy, influential men with access to significant financial resources, then facilitating complex fraud schemes that left minimal evidence. The profile confirmed Samantha's growing suspicion that Nathaniel hadn't simply fallen for another woman. He'd been targeted by a sophisticated operator who specialized in exactly this type of financial manipulation. Whether he was a willing participant from the beginning or had been drawn in gradually remained unclear. At 10:45 a.m., Samantha made her way to Nathaniel's Beacon Hill office, a small but elegant space he'd leased 3 years ago for meeting private clients away from Continental's downtown headquarters. The building's receptionist greeted her warmly. She'd visited often enough in the past to be recognized as Mrs. Monroe, requiring no additional validation. "Mr. Monroe isn't in today," the receptionist informed her. "I know," Samantha replied with a practiced smile. "He asked me to pick up some documents he left in his desk, end-of-quarter reports he needs for a client meeting this afternoon." The small deception worked smoothly, and minutes later Samantha was inside Nathaniel's private office. The space reflected his professional persona: tastefully expensive furnishings, carefully curated art pieces, several of which she had helped him acquire, and the meticulous organization of a man who valued appearances. Unlike their home, this space remained unchanged. No evidence of Abigail's influence had penetrated his professional sanctuary. Samantha moved directly to the antique desk, where Nathaniel kept his most important files in a locked drawer. The key had always been hidden in a hollowed-out book on his shelf, a first edition of The Sun Also Rises that had been her gift on their first anniversary. The irony wasn't lost on her as she retrieved the key from its hiding place. Even in his deception, Nathaniel had maintained certain habits, certain predictabilities that she could now leverage against him. The drawer contained the expected files: property deeds, insurance policies, investment records, but nothing resembling the divorce papers she'd seen last night. However, a leather portfolio caught her attention. It wasn't familiar, and the quality suggested it was new: expensive calfskin with subtle embossing. Inside, she found a series of documents that made her blood run cold. Detailed financial analysis of the Monroe Family Foundation's asset structure, transfer protocols, and signatory requirements. Attached were architectural drawings of a property in the Cayman Islands, a luxury villa with substantial security features, and Swiss bank account information under the name Durand Holdings. Most disturbing was a document titled Project Transition Timeline. It outlined a meticulous schedule beginning 8 months ago, initial contact with target, and culminating next week with final asset transfer and departure. The clinical language left no doubt that she had been the target of a carefully orchestrated operation, with Nathaniel and Abigail planning to disappear with the Foundation's assets in a matter of days. Samantha photographed every document with her phone, her hands steady despite the emotional storm raging inside her. The betrayal had moved beyond personal heartbreak into something coldly predatory. These weren't the actions of a husband who had fallen for another woman. This was a calculated criminal conspiracy that had targeted her family's legacy. As she carefully replaced the portfolio and relocked the drawer, a new determination solidified within her. Nathaniel and Abigail had underestimated her in the most fundamental way possible. They had seen only what they wanted to see: a privileged arts patron, a trusting wife, an easy mark. They had failed to recognize the steel beneath the sophistication, the razor-sharp intellect that had built her reputation in the competitive art world. Back at her hotel, Samantha called the number Daphne had provided for Special Agent Marcus Reeves. His response was immediate and efficient. "Mrs. Monroe, we've been hoping to speak with you. I understand you've discovered some concerning information regarding your husband's activities." "More than concerning," Samantha replied. "I have evidence of a planned theft of my family's foundation assets, and the woman calling herself Isabel Durand is actually Abigail Tatum." "That confirms our intelligence," Reeves said. "We've been monitoring Ms. Tatum since she entered the country 9 months ago. Her pattern is consistent with previous operations in Europe and Asia." "So you've been watching this whole time?" Samantha couldn't keep the edge from her voice. "While my marriage was destroyed and my husband plotted to steal my family's charitable foundation, we needed irrefutable evidence," Reeves explained, his tone professionally sympathetic. "Financial crimes of this sophistication are difficult to prosecute without concrete documentation of intent. Your discovery last night and the evidence you've gathered today may provide exactly what we need to move forward. They're planning to complete whatever they're doing next week, Samantha told him. According to their timeline, they'll be gone, along with $47 million of foundation money. That aligns with our intelligence, Reeves confirmed. Mrs. Monroe, I'd like to meet with you as soon as possible to review what you've found and discuss next steps. We may need your cooperation to finalize our case. They arranged to meet at the FBI's Boston field office that afternoon. As Samantha ended the call, she felt a complex mixture of emotions. Vindication that her suspicions were confirmed, horror at the scale of the betrayal, and a growing resolution to see this through to whatever justice awaited at the end. The FBI field office projected authority without ostentation, a practical, functional space where serious people did serious work. Agent Reeves matched his environment, mid-40s with the disciplined posture of a former military man and the watchful eyes of someone who had seen every possible variety of human deception. "Thank you for coming in, Mrs. Monroe," he said, ushering her into a conference room where two other agents waited. "This is Special Agent Diana Chen, our forensic financial specialist, and Special Agent James Corrigan, who's been leading surveillance on Abigail Tatum." Samantha nodded to each of them, then placed her phone on the table. "I've transferred the photos I took of Nathaniel's documents to this secure drive," she said, handing Reeves a small USB device. "They outline something called Project Transition, with specific dates and activities." Agent Chen inserted the drive into her laptop and began reviewing the files. "This is remarkably detailed," she commented. "Most financial criminals don't document their intentions this explicitly." "Nathaniel has always been meticulous," Samantha said, the familiar trait now twisted into something sinister. "He documents everything. It's been key to his success at Continental Trust. In this case, it may be key to his downfall," Reeves observed. "This timeline corresponds with the suspicious transactions we've been tracking. The first major redirection of foundation funds began shortly after Ms. Tatum established her relationship with your husband." Samantha studied the surveillance photos Agent Corrigan spread across the table. Images of Nathaniel and Abigail at restaurants, entering hotels, meeting with unknown individuals in parking garages. In each photo, they appeared intimate and conspiratorial, nothing like the forced domestic scene they had presented to Samantha last night. "The pregnancy," she said suddenly, pointing to a series of photos dated 3 weeks ago. "Is it real?" Agent Corrigan's expression answered before his words did. "We believe it's fabricated. Ms. Tatum has purchased prosthetic pregnancy bellies from theatrical supply companies. We have evidence of deliveries to a separate apartment she maintains in Back Bay." The confirmation of this additional deception should have been another blow, but Samantha felt only a cold clarity. Nothing was real. Not the pregnancy, not the relationship, not the life they had constructed in her absence. "What happens now?" she asked. Reeves leaned forward. "We have enough to make arrests based on the evidence of conspiracy and the documented financial irregularities. But to ensure maximum charges stick and to recover all the diverted funds, we need more." "What do you need from me?" Samantha asked. "Access to your home," Reeves said. "We believe Nathaniel and Abigail keep additional documentation and equipment there, possibly the means to execute the final transfers. With your permission as the legal co-owner, we could search the premises. Or," Agent Chen interjected, "you could return home and gather intelligence from the inside. Your presence would force them to accelerate their timeline, potentially making mistakes." Samantha understood immediately what they were suggesting. "You want me to go back and pretend I've reconsidered, to spy on them?" "It would be extremely valuable," Reeves acknowledged, "but also potentially risky. We can't ask you to put yourself in danger." "What kind of danger are we talking about?" Samantha asked. "Do you think they would harm me physically?" The agents exchanged glances before Corrigan responded. "Abigail Tatum has never been linked to violent crimes. Her methodology relies on psychological manipulation and legal maneuvering. However, with this much money at stake and their plans so close to fruition, they might get desperate," Samantha finished for him. "We would have surveillance in place," Reeves assured her. "Teams monitoring the house, response units nearby. We could have the property wired for sound within hours if you authorize it." Samantha considered the proposition. Going back meant facing Nathaniel and Abigail's continued deception, subjecting herself to more psychological warfare, and potentially placing herself at risk. But it also meant taking an active role in bringing them to justice, not just being a victim, but an agent of resolution. "What if I tell them I've reconsidered the divorce terms?" she suggested. "That I'll sign the papers tomorrow after my lawyer reviews them one last time. It would give you 24 hours to gather whatever evidence you need, while keeping them thinking their plan is proceeding." Reeves nodded appreciatively. "That could work. We'd need you to focus on gathering information about where the foundation money has been diverted and any final transfers they're planning." "I can do more than that," Samantha said, a strategy forming in her mind. "Nathaniel doesn't know I've seen the documents in his office. I could express concerns specifically about the foundation clauses in the divorce papers, suggest modifications that would actually require more documentation from him." "Excellent approach," Agent Chen said. "If he produces additional documentation, it could provide direct evidence of the fraudulent transfers." "We should also discuss recognition phrases," Corrigan added. "Words or questions you can use if you feel threatened or need immediate extraction." For the next hour, they developed a detailed plan. Samantha would return home that evening, claiming she'd had time to process the situation and wanted to discuss terms amenable to everyone. She would wear a concealed recording device and have a direct line to the FBI team monitoring from vehicles positioned near the house. At the first sign of danger, she would use a recognition phrase, and agents would intervene. As they finalized the details, Reeves looked at Samantha with professional admiration. "Most civilians in your position would be too shocked or traumatized to assist like this. Your composure is remarkable, Mrs. Monroe." Samantha thought about the home she had created, now transformed by strangers. The husband she had trusted, now revealed as a criminal conspirator. The family legacy she had protected, now targeted for theft. "I've spent my career determining what's genuine and what's counterfeit," she said simply. "This is no different. Nathaniel and Abigail created a forgery of a life. Now I'm going to reveal it for exactly what it is." As twilight descended over Boston, Samantha stood once again on the steps of her Beacon Hill brownstone. This time, however, she was not returning as an unsuspecting wife, but as a deliberate participant in an operation to expose fraud. The small recording device concealed in her jewelry felt foreign against her skin, a tangible reminder that nothing about this homecoming was normal. Before ringing the bell, she took a deep breath and mentally rehearsed her approach. The key would be projecting just the right mixture of emotional vulnerability and practical resignation, a woman still reeling from betrayal, but pragmatic enough to seek resolution. The door opened almost immediately after she rang, revealing Nathaniel in casual evening attire. The surprise on his face appeared genuine. "Sam," he said, recovery quickly. "I wasn't expecting you." "May I come in?" she asked, maintaining a deliberately neutral tone. "I think we should talk." He stepped aside, allowing her to enter what had once been their shared home. The foyer still smelled of the same citrus cleaning products their housekeeper had always used, but now mixed with an unfamiliar floral perfume, Abigail's presence infusing even the air. "Is she here?" Samantha asked, not needing to specify who. "Isabel is resting upstairs," Nathaniel replied. "The pregnancy has been difficult lately." The casual lie about the fake pregnancy reinforced Samantha's resolve. Every word out of his mouth was now suspect, part of an elaborate performance designed to manipulate her. "I've been thinking about our conversation last night," she said, moving into the living room without waiting for an invitation. "About the divorce papers." Nathaniel followed, his posture alert, but his expression carefully composed into concerned neutrality. "I'm glad to hear that. I know it was a shock, the way you found out. Not how I would have chosen to handle it." "No, I imagine surprising me at home wasn't part of the plan," Samantha replied, allowing just enough edge into her voice to be credible. "But what's done is done. I'm here to discuss practical matters." "Of course," he said, gesturing toward the sofa. "Would you like a drink? I can open that Barolo you like." "No, thank you," she declined, surveying the room with fresh eyes. In the harsh light of knowledge, the transformation of the space seemed even more calculated than before, not just redecorating, but systematic erasure. "I've consulted with my attorney today about the divorce papers you presented." Nathaniel's expression flickered briefly, concern, alarm, before settling back into practiced composure. "I hope she confirmed that the terms are quite generous." "Generous in some ways, concerning in others," Samantha countered, watching his reaction carefully. "Particularly the clauses regarding the foundation." His shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. The foundation provisions are standard protocol, Sam. They simply ensure operational continuity during the transition. Your family's legacy remains protected. That's what concerns me, she said, deliberately vague. Protection of legacy. My grandfather established very specific parameters for foundation governance. The transfer of control outlined in your papers bypasses several of those parameters. Legal technicalities, Nathaniel dismissed with a casual wave. Nothing that affects the Foundation's core mission or financial health. Samantha leaned forward slightly. My attorney disagrees. She believes those provisions could potentially enable significant restructuring of the Foundation's investment portfolio and grant distribution mechanisms. She paused, then added, without proper oversight. The subtle accusation hung in the air between them. Nathaniel maintained his composure, but Samantha, who had studied his expressions for years, could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the rapid assessment of how much she might know or suspect. Your attorney is being unnecessarily alarmist, he said finally. But if it would make you more comfortable, I can have the foundation clauses amended to include additional oversight provisions. Perhaps quarterly reviews by an independent auditor. The offer, designed to sound reasonable while actually changing nothing in their plans, confirmed that his focus remained on obtaining her signature by any means necessary. That might address some concerns, Samantha conceded, continuing the pretense. But there's also the matter of the Zurich accounts. It was a fishing expedition based on mentions of Swiss banking she'd seen in the documents, and Nathaniel's reaction told her she'd hit a nerve. His left hand twitched slightly, and he reached for a non-existent glass on the coffee table, a displacement activity she recognized from tense negotiations in the past. Zurich accounts, he repeated, his tone carefully neutral. The Foundation doesn't maintain accounts in Switzerland. No? Samantha tilted her head slightly. That's odd. The documentation I reviewed today specifically referenced transfers to UBS accounts in Zurich under the name Durand Holdings. Perhaps there's been some administrative confusion. Nathaniel went very still, the practiced charm momentarily slipping to reveal something harder and colder beneath. What documentation are you referring to exactly? Before Samantha could respond, footsteps on the stairs announced Abigail's arrival. She appeared in the doorway wearing an elegant maternity dress, her false pregnancy perfectly displayed. I thought I heard voices, she said, her accent noticeably stronger than it had been the previous night. Samantha, what a surprise. Isabel, Samantha acknowledged with a slight nod. I was just discussing some concerns about the divorce settlement with Nathaniel, foundation matters primarily. Boring legal details, Nathaniel interjected quickly. Nothing for you to worry about in your condition, darling. The endearment sounded strained, and Samantha noticed a subtle tension between them that hadn't been present during last night's united front. Interesting. Perhaps the pressure of their scheme approaching its culmination was creating fissures in their partnership. Not so boring, actually, Samantha countered. We were discussing some confusion about foundation accounts in Switzerland. Accounts under the name Durand Holdings, which I found curious given your surname. Abigail's reaction was more controlled than Nathaniel's had been, but a slight narrowing of her eyes betrayed her surprise at Samantha's specific knowledge. Durand is a common French name, she said with a dismissive shrug. I'm sure it's merely coincidence. The Foundation's finances are Nathaniel's domain, not mine. Of course, Samantha agreed pleasantly. Though I did wonder about the property purchases as well, especially the villa in Grand Cayman. Seems an unusual investment for an arts education foundation focused on New England. The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. Nathaniel rose from his seat, his movements too casual, too deliberate. Where exactly did you encounter this information, Sam? His tone remained conversational, but his eyes had hardened. It sounds like someone has been feeding you misleading data. Does it matter? Samantha maintained direct eye contact. If the information is incorrect, it should be simple enough to clarify. Perhaps we could review the Foundation's complete transaction records together, for transparency's sake. Abigail moved to Nathaniel's side, placing a proprietary hand on his arm. I'm sure whatever confusion exists can be cleared up tomorrow when you meet with the attorneys, she said smoothly. It's getting late, and these discussions can be so taxing. The dismissal was clear, but Samantha remained seated. Actually, I was hoping we could review the papers tonight, make our amendments, get everything ready for final signatures tomorrow. She looked directly at Nathaniel. Unless there's some reason that would be problematic. The challenge was unmistakable. For a moment, raw fury flashed across Nathaniel's face before he mastered himself. "No problem at all," he said with forced evenness. "Let me get the documents from my study. Isabel, perhaps you could make some tea for our guest." As they separated, Nathaniel toward his study, Abigail presumably toward the kitchen, Samantha remained in the living room, alert to every sound in the house. Through her concealed earpiece, she could hear Agent Reeves's voice. "Excellent work, Mrs. Monroe. Keep them talking about the accounts. We're recording everything." Minutes passed, and Samantha became aware of hushed but urgent voices coming from the direction of Nathaniel's study. The conversation was too distant to make out specific words, but the tense cadence suggested an argument in progress. The planned script was breaking down, forcing them to improvise. When Nathaniel finally returned, he carried not only the familiar envelope of divorce papers, but also a laptop and several file folders. His expression had settled into something more controlled, more dangerous. "I thought we should review everything together," he said, setting the materials on the coffee table. "Clear up any misunderstandings." Abigail followed with a tea tray, her movements graceful despite the fake pregnancy belly. "I made chamomile," she said, "soothing for everyone's nerves." Samantha noted that only 2 cups adorned the tray. "None for yourself?" "Doctor's orders," Abigail replied smoothly. "No caffeine, even herbal, after 7 p.m. Disrupts the baby's sleep patterns." Another small lie in an edifice built of deceptions. Samantha accepted the cup but did not drink, remembering Agent Corrigan's warnings about potential risks. "Let's start with those foundation provisions," Nathaniel suggested, opening one of the folders. "I've drafted some additional oversight language that should address your concerns." For the next 45 minutes they engaged in a surreal negotiation. Nathaniel presented modified legal clauses that appeared to increase transparency while actually creating new loopholes. Samantha countered with requests for specific documentation that forced him to either produce incriminating evidence or invent transparent excuses. Throughout, Abigail maintained her performance as the supportive pregnant partner, occasionally touching her fake belly or commenting on the baby's supposed movements. The charade reached its climax when Samantha directly referenced the Project Transition Timeline document she had photographed in Nathaniel's office. "My primary concern is the timing," she said. "The Foundation's quarterly distributions begin next week. Your transition plan seems specifically designed to coincide with that liquidity event." Nathaniel's pen stilled on the legal pad where he'd been making notes. "What transition plan are you referring to?" "The one in your Beacon Hill office," Samantha replied evenly. "In the leather portfolio in your locked drawer. The one that outlines an 8-month operation culminating in final asset transfer and departure, next Tuesday." Time seemed to stop in the living room. The pretense of civilized negotiation evaporated, replaced by cold, calculating assessment. Nathaniel and Abigail exchanged a look that communicated volumes. Surprise, recalibration, decision. "You've been in my office," Nathaniel said finally, all pretense of charm abandoned. "When? Does it matter?" Samantha asked. "What matters is what I found. What matters is that I know exactly what you and Abigail Tatum have been planning." At the mention of her real name, Abigail's posture changed subtly, the affected grace of Isabel Durand falling away to reveal something more alert, more predatory. "Clever girl," she said, her accent suddenly less pronounced, more generic. "Though not quite clever enough, I'm afraid. If you truly understood what was happening, you wouldn't have come back here alone." "Who says I'm alone?" Samantha countered, maintaining eye contact. Nathaniel closed the folder with deliberate slowness. "Security sweep this morning found no bugs, no surveillance equipment. The cars parked on both ends of the street have been there since yesterday. Neighbors' guests, not law enforcement. And your phone," he nodded toward her purse, "has been sending its location data to my secure server since you entered the house. No calls to police, no text messages to lawyers." The confidence in his assessment was unsettling, but Samantha kept her expression neutral, aware of the FBI team listening through her concealed device, a technology apparently more sophisticated than whatever security sweep Nathaniel had conducted. "You've always been thorough," she acknowledged. "It's what made you such an effective investment manager before you decided to become a thief." "Not theft," Nathaniel corrected. "Asset redistribution. The Foundation's endowment was always underutilized. funding mediocre artists and unnecessary educational programs when it could be generating real value. Real value for whom? Samantha asked, genuinely curious about his rationalization. For people with vision, he replied. Your family accumulated that wealth over generations, often through means that wouldn't withstand modern ethical scrutiny. We're simply continuing that tradition of wealth transfer. Except my grandfather established the foundation specifically to give back to the community, Samantha pointed out, to support arts education for those without privilege or access. Abigail made a dismissive sound, running her hand over her fake pregnancy belly with practiced tenderness. Noble sentiments from a man who never had to worry about security or survival. Some of us weren't born with family fortunes to cushion life's hardships. So that justifies stealing from educational programs for underprivileged children. Samantha kept her tone conversational, encouraging them to continue revealing details as the recording device captured every word. Spare us the moral high ground, Nathaniel said, his mask of civility now completely discarded. You've spent your entire career catering to the ultra-wealthy, helping them acquire overpriced art to avoid taxes and launder questionable funds. The only difference between us is honesty about our objectives. The accusation stung precisely because it contained a grain of truth. The art world did sometimes function as a playground for the privileged, a tax haven for the wealthy, but Samantha had always tried to balance that reality with genuine support for emerging artists and educational initiatives. Work that would be devastated by the theft of the foundation's endowment. So what happens now? She asked, glancing between them. Since I'm clearly not signing your papers tonight. Something shifted in Nathaniel's expression. A hardening, a calculation. You still underestimate the situation, Sam. Your signature was Plan A, clean, simple, legally unassailable. But we've always had contingencies. Abigail rose gracefully, abandoning the pretense of maternal gentleness. I'll check on our preparations, she said to Nathaniel, then turned to Samantha with a cold smile. Family business, you understand. As she left the room, Nathaniel leaned forward. You should know that the foundation transfers are already in motion, he said quietly. Initiated through digital authorizations that are, for all legal purposes, indistinguishable from your actual signature. Forgery, Samantha stated flatly. Authentication simulation, he corrected with a ghost of his former charm. Technology is remarkable these days. Voice synthesis, signature replication, even biometric bypassing. Your family foundation began transferring assets to secure holdings 3 days ago. By this time tomorrow, the process will be complete and irreversible. The revelation was like ice water in Samantha's veins. She'd assumed their plan required her actual signature on physical documents. That's why they'd been so desperate last night. The reality was far more sophisticated and already in motion. The FBI is already investigating, she said, abandoning pretense. Daphne in compliance flagged the unusual transactions weeks ago. Daphne Phillips, Nathaniel nodded, efficient, thorough, unfortunately loyal to outdated regulatory frameworks. Her concerns have been administratively redirected. By the time any official investigation concludes, the assets will be untraceable and will be established with new identities in a non-extradition jurisdiction. With your unborn child, Samantha added pointedly, nodding toward the direction Abigail had gone. Your son, I believe, she said. Something flickered across Nathaniel's face, not guilt or shame as she'd hoped, but irritation. The pregnancy narrative was Abigail's addition to the plan, effective for creating sympathy and establishing a believable cover for our relationship, but ultimately unnecessary theatrical flourish. So there is no baby, Samantha confirmed, just another lie in an operation built on deception. The only real thing in this entire situation, Nathaniel replied with sudden intensity, is the money. $47 million, transferred through a cascade of entities so complex that even with direct evidence of our involvement, recovery would be virtually impossible. The casual admission of guilt, the detailed explanation of their scheme, all of it was being recorded by the FBI through Samantha's concealed device. But there was still a critical piece missing, concrete evidence linking Nathaniel and Abigail to the fraudulent transfers already in progress. You mentioned digital authorizations, Samantha said, stalling for time as she tried to formulate her next move. Signature replications. Those would require specialized equipment, software. Indeed they would, Nathaniel agreed. a hint of professional pride showing through. Custom security circumvention technologies aren't exactly available at Best Buy. So where? The question died on her lips as Abigail returned, something decisive in her posture. It's done, she said to Nathaniel. Final confirmations received. The contingency timeline is activated. They exchanged a look of perfect understanding, partners in crime who had prepared for this moment. Whatever contingency timeline meant, it clearly represented a significant acceleration of their plans. I think we've exhausted the usefulness of this conversation, Nathaniel said, rising from his seat. Samantha, I'm afraid we'll need to ensure your cooperation for approximately 24 more hours. By this time tomorrow, it will no longer matter what you know or whom you tell. The implicit threat sent a chill through Samantha. In her earpiece, Agent Reeves's voice was suddenly urgent. Signal received. Extraction team moving in now. Stall them for 2 minutes. You can't seriously be planning to hold me against my will, Samantha said, injecting incredulity into her voice. That crosses the line from financial crime into kidnapping. Such dramatic terminology, Abigail said, with a dismissive wave. Think of it as an enforced meditation retreat. 24 hours in the guest room with adequate food, water, and amenities. By the time you're updating your Instagram again, we'll be enjoying ocean views and untraceable banking arrangements. Nathaniel moved toward Samantha with controlled purpose. I regret this turn of events, Sam. It wasn't part of the original plan, but your unexpected return and surprising investigative skills have forced adaptations. Samantha stood, creating distance between them. The foundation isn't just money, Nathaniel. It's art education programs for thousands of children, museum acquisitions that preserve cultural heritage, scholarships for students who wouldn't otherwise have opportunities. Charming sentimentality, he replied, continuing his measured approach. Save it for your next gallery opening speech. Through the front windows, Samantha caught a glimpse of subtle movement on the street, dark figures taking up positions around the property. The extraction team was in place, but she needed one more crucial piece of evidence. Where is it? She asked abruptly. The equipment you're using for the transfers, the digital authorization technology. Is it here in the house? Nathaniel paused, suspicion flickering across his face. Why would you possibly need to know that? Professional curiosity, Samantha replied with forced casualness. If I'm going to be held captive while you steal my family's foundation, I'd at least like to understand how you're doing it. The technical details are beyond your expertise, Abigail said dismissively. Indulge me, Samantha pressed. You've won, after all. What harm could it do to satisfy my curiosity? Nathaniel studied her face, seeking signs of deception. Whatever he saw there must have satisfied him, because he gave a small shrug of acquiescence. The equipment is in the wine cellar, he said, behind the Bordeaux collection. We've constructed a rather sophisticated operations center down there. Signal blocking technology, customized biometric replication systems, secure communications array. The wine cellar, Samantha repeated, knowing the FBI was recording every word. Where you always claimed to be aging those special vintages behind the locked door. An effective cover for the space we needed, he acknowledged. Your disinterest in wine proved advantageous. You never once asked to see the collection in 3 years. It was the final piece, specific location of evidence that would irrefutably link them to the financial crimes in progress. Samantha absorbed the information, then decided to push for one last damning admission. And Abigail? When did you bring her into our lives? When did this entire scheme begin? Something like genuine emotion crossed Nathaniel's face. Not remorse, but a kind of nostalgic pride. The conceptualization began over a year ago, when I first identified the structural vulnerabilities in the Foundation's authorization protocols. The operational phase initiated when I met Abigail at a financial security conference in Geneva last. The front door exploded inward with a controlled breach, followed immediately by synchronized crashes from the back of the house. FBI agents in tactical gear poured into the living room, weapons raised, commands overlapping in controlled chaos. FBI on the ground now. Hands where I can see them. Do not move. Nathaniel's expression transformed from confident control to stunned disbelief in an instant. As agents secured him, forcing him face down onto the carpet, his eyes found Samantha's, still standing calmly amid the tactical team's precision movements. You were wearing a wire, he said, comprehension dawning too late. The whole time. Not just a wire, Agent Reeves said, entering behind the tactical team. Mrs. Monroe has been assisting a federal investigation into complex financial fraud. Thanks to your cooperative explanations this evening, we now have explicit confessions and the exact location of evidence needed to prosecute. As agents secured Abigail, who had attempted to flee toward the kitchen, Samantha watched the scene with a curious emotional detachment. The man being handcuffed on their living room floor was physically identical to the husband she'd loved for 7 years, yet utterly unrecognizable as the same person. In the wine cellar, she told Reeves, behind the Bordeaux collection. That's where they've set up their operation. Reeves nodded, dispatching agents to secure the location. Excellent work, Mrs. Monroe. Your composure under pressure was remarkable. As the agents led Nathaniel and Abigail away, Samantha remained in the transformed living room, surrounded by the wreckage of both the FBI raid and her marriage. The photographs of the happy couple on the mantel, the redecorated spaces, the unfamiliar furnishings, all of it now revealed not just as emotional betrayal but as elements of an elaborate criminal conspiracy. Agent Reeves, she called as he was about to follow his team. There's something I need to confirm. He turned back, eyebrows raised inquiringly. The foundation funds, she said. Can they be recovered? The transfers already initiated will be frozen immediately, he assured her. Our financial crimes unit is standing by to trace and secure all diverted assets. Based on the evidence we've already gathered and what we'll recover from the equipment here, complete restoration is highly probable. Relief washed through her, not for herself but for the programs and people who depended on the foundation's support, the educational initiatives, the scholarship recipients, the community arts programs. None of them would suffer because of Nathaniel and Abigail's greed. As forensic teams swarmed the house, cataloging evidence and photographing the scene, Agent Chen approached Samantha with an evidence bag containing something unexpected: Abigail's fake pregnancy prosthetic. She removed it during processing, Chen explained, claimed it was uncomfortable to be photographed wearing it now that the performance was over. Her words. Samantha stared at the silicone device, so realistic from the outside, completely hollow within. A perfect metaphor for the marriage and life she had believed was real. You know what the strangest part is? She said quietly to Chen. Yesterday, I might have actually forgiven him for an affair, for falling in love with someone else. But this, she gestured to the evidence of elaborate deception surrounding them. This wasn't a crime of passion or weakness. This was calculated predation from the very beginning. Chen nodded sympathetically. Financial criminals often display classic sociopathic traits: superficial charm, manipulative behavior, lack of empathy, elaborate deception. Your husband may have been presenting a carefully constructed persona throughout your relationship. The possibility was both disturbing and strangely liberating. If Nathaniel had always been a fraud, if the man she loved had never truly existed, then perhaps she hadn't failed to see warning signs. Perhaps there had been nothing to see until he chose to reveal it. As the night deepened and the FBI's work continued, Samantha found herself drawn to her former bedroom, now transformed by Abigail's influence into an unrecognizable space. Amid the unfamiliar bedding and redecorated walls, she located a small antique jewelry box that had somehow survived the purge of her possessions. Inside was a single item, her grandmother's sapphire ring, a family heirloom she'd left behind during her European trip because it needed sizing. She slipped the ring onto her finger, its weight familiar and grounding. Unlike everything else in this house, this marriage, this life, the ring was genuinely what it appeared to be. Authentic, valuable not just for its material worth but for the history and meaning it carried. Mrs. Monroe? Agent Reeves appeared in the doorway. We've accessed the equipment in the wine cellar. You might want to see this. Samantha followed him down the familiar stairs into the basement where the wine cellar had always been off limits, Nathaniel's private domain. The heavy door now stood open, revealing not the temperature-controlled wine storage he had described, but a sophisticated technological command center. Computer servers hummed along one wall, multiple monitors displayed financial data streams, and specialized equipment Samantha couldn't identify occupied a central workstation. This is extensive, she said, taking in the elaborate setup. State-of-the-art, Reeves confirmed. Far beyond what we typically see in financial fraud cases. But that's not what I wanted to show you. He led her to a filing cabinet where agents were carefully removing and cataloging documents. One file lay open on a small table, labeled simply Targets. These appear to be profiles of potential victims, Reeves explained. Wealthy individuals or entities with specific vulnerabilities their operation could exploit. Your foundation wasn't their first success, and you weren't intended to be their last. The file contained detailed dossiers on at least a dozen high-net-worth individuals and family foundations, complete with psychological assessments, relationship vulnerabilities, and estimated asset values. Sophisticated predators with a carefully developed methodology. The Monroe Foundation was designated Active Operation, Reeves continued, but they were already conducting preliminary research on their next targets. He pointed to a photograph paperclipped to one of the files. A distinguished older gentleman Samantha recognized immediately. Richard Harrington, she breathed, chairman of the Boston Symphony Orchestra Endowment. And recently widowed, Reeves added, making him potentially vulnerable to exactly the type of operation they ran against you. A new wave of determination washed through Samantha. This wasn't just about her betrayal anymore. It was about protecting others from falling victim to the same elaborate scheme. Her personal pain suddenly felt like valuable intelligence, her experience a resource that could prevent future predation. I want to help, she said decisively. With the investigation, the prosecution, whatever's needed to ensure they can't do this to anyone else. Reeves studied her with professional assessment. That could be valuable. Your insights into their methodology, the psychological tactics they employed, it could strengthen the case significantly. As they returned upstairs, the first hints of dawn were appearing through the windows. FBI personnel continued their methodical work throughout the house, transforming the scene of personal betrayal into a meticulously documented crime scene. Standing in the foyer where just 24 hours earlier she had first encountered Isabel Abigail in her kitchen, Samantha experienced a moment of perfect clarity. The shock and pain remained, but alongside them grew something unexpected. A sense of purpose, even gratitude. If she hadn't returned early from Europe, if she hadn't discovered their scheme when she did, the Foundation's funds might have vanished completely, irretrievably. Sometimes devastation cleared the ground for something new to emerge. From the fragments of this deception, perhaps something authentic could yet be salvaged. Agent Reeves, she said as he prepared to leave, when will I be able to return to the house? We should complete evidence collection by tomorrow afternoon, he replied. After that, it's all yours. Though I understand if you might not want to. I need to reclaim it, Samantha said with quiet determination. Not just physically, but symbolically. This house, like the Foundation, is part of my family's legacy. I won't let their deception taint it permanently. As the morning light strengthened, illuminating the unfamiliar decor and arrangement of a home she had once known intimately, Samantha made a silent promise to herself. From these fragments of deception, she would construct something genuinely valuable. Not just a restored home or recovered foundation, but a new understanding that might protect others from similar predators. The greatest forgery had not been the documents or the financial mechanisms, but the counterfeit life she'd been living without knowing it. Now, with that illusion shattered, she could finally begin to assemble something authentic from the revealed truth, however painful that truth might be. The days following the arrests unfolded in a blur of statements, evidence reviews, and legal consultations. Samantha found herself at the center of a complex federal investigation that stretched far beyond her personal betrayal into an international web of financial fraud. The brownstone remained an active crime scene, forcing her to extend her stay at the Fairmont, a gilded cage where she alternated between moments of clarity and cascading grief. On the third morning, she woke to an urgent text from Agent Reeves. New developments. Meeting at field office 10 a.m. The Boston FBI field office hummed with coordinated energy as Samantha was escorted through security. Unlike her previous visit, when she'd been operating on adrenaline and determination, today she felt the full weight of exhaustion. Sleep had been elusive, her mind constantly replaying moments from her marriage, searching for signs she should have recognized. Agent Reeves greeted her with professional courtesy, leading her to a conference room where Agent Chen and several unfamiliar faces waited. Mrs. Monroe, thank you for coming in, Reeves began. We'd like to introduce Special Agent Victor Dominguez from our International Operations Division and Special Agent Catherine Walsh from Financial Intelligence. Samantha nodded to each of them, noting their serious expressions. "We've uncovered some significant information about your husband's activities," Reeves continued, "and about Abigail Tatum's background that we believe you should be aware of." Agent Walsh slid a thick file across the table. "Ms. Tatum has been on international watch lists for over a decade, operating under at least 7 confirmed identities across 3 continents. Her specialty is what we call relationship-based financial predation, essentially forming intimate connections with targets who control significant assets." The file contained surveillance photographs of Abigail with different appearances: blonde, brunette, red-haired, sometimes heavier, sometimes thinner, but always with that same calculating intelligence in her eyes. In each image, she was paired with different men, all affluent-looking, all seemingly captivated by her presence. "Her methodology is consistent," Walsh continued. "She identifies vulnerable targets controlling substantial assets, creates an identity tailored to appeal to their specific psychological profile, and establishes a romantic relationship that eventually provides access to financial systems. What makes her unusual is the depth and duration of her deceptions. Most romance scammers operate quickly, establish trust, extract funds, disappear. Abigail invests months or even years developing covers so thorough they withstand significant scrutiny." "Like pretending to be pregnant," Samantha said quietly. "Exactly. The pregnancy facade creates sympathy, reduces suspicion, and provides a compelling narrative for rapid relationship progression." Walsh pointed to particular photographs in the file. "She's used that tactic at least 3 times before." The revelation sent a chill through Samantha. The theatrical performance in her kitchen, Abigail in her apron, hand resting protectively on her belly, had been a practiced routine, refined through multiple iterations with different victims. "What about Nathaniel?" she asked. "Was he a victim who got pulled into her scheme, or was he a willing participant from the beginning?" The agents exchanged glances before Reeves responded. "That's where things get complicated. We initially suspected he might have been Abigail's target, who then became complicit, but the evidence we've uncovered suggests something different." Agent Dominguez opened his laptop and turned it towards Samantha. On the screen was a photograph taken in what appeared to be Monaco, Nathaniel and Abigail at a casino, dressed elegantly, clearly familiar with each other. The timestamp indicated it was taken 14 months ago. "Your husband and Ms. Tatum have known each other far longer than the 8 months they claimed," Dominguez explained. "We've found evidence of their connection dating back at least 2 years. In fact, based on financial transfers we've traced, it appears they may have been working together on smaller schemes before targeting the Monroe Foundation." The revelation landed like a physical blow. Not only had Nathaniel's betrayal been calculated rather than emotional, but it had been in motion far longer than she'd imagined. Their entire marriage had been overlapping with his criminal partnership. "So he wasn't seduced into this," Samantha said, processing the implications. "He was an active conspirator from the beginning." "It appears so," Reeves confirmed. "And that's not all. The operation targeting your foundation was more sophisticated than we initially understood. The equipment recovered from your wine cellar contains advanced financial hacking tools that would have allowed them to bypass multiple security protocols simultaneously. This wasn't just fraud, it was a highly coordinated cyber attack against financial institutions." Agent Chen slid another folder toward Samantha. "We've managed to freeze most of the foundation assets they attempted to transfer, but approximately $8 million had already moved through untraceable channels before we could intervene. Our financial forensic team is working to recover those funds, but we wanted to prepare you for the possibility that some portion may be permanently lost. $8 million. The figure represented scholarship funding for hundreds of students, community arts programs in underserved neighborhoods, museum education initiatives. The theft wasn't just financial. It was the tangible impact on real lives that the foundation supported. "There's one more thing you should know," Agent Walsh added quietly. "Based on communications we've recovered, it appears they had an extraction plan scheduled for next week. Commercial flight to Grand Cayman, followed by private transport to Venezuela. One-way tickets. Venezuela doesn't have an extradition treaty with the US, Dominguez explained. They would have been beyond our reach." Samantha absorbed this new information, recalibrating her understanding of just how close they had come to succeeding. If she hadn't returned early from Europe, if she hadn't immediately sensed something wrong about Abigail's presence, if she hadn't contacted Daphne, the foundation would have been gutted and the perpetrators beyond the reach of justice. "What happens now?" she asked. "We're building the most comprehensive case possible," Reeves replied. "Financial crimes of this complexity can be challenging to prosecute effectively, but the evidence we've gathered is substantial. Both suspects are being held without bail due to flight risk. The prosecution is preparing charges ranging from wire fraud and identity theft to conspiracy and computer crimes. And my role in all this? That's partly why we asked you to come in today," Reeves said. "Your testimony will be crucial to establishing the timeline and methodology of their operation, but there's another aspect where your assistance could be invaluable." Agent Walsh leaned forward. "We have reason to believe that Nathaniel and Abigail weren't operating in isolation. The technical sophistication of their equipment, the international movement of funds, the multiple shell companies, it suggests connections to a larger network of financial criminals. Your unique perspective might help us identify patterns or connections we would otherwise miss." The proposition was unexpected. Samantha had envisioned providing testimony about her personal experience, perhaps reviewing financial records related to the foundation, but actively assisting an international financial crimes investigation was something else entirely. What exactly would that involve? "Initially reviewing communications and records we've recovered from their devices," Reeves explained, "looking for names, references, or patterns that might have personal significance not obvious to our analysts. Later, possibly consulting on similar cases where the same methodology appears. The opportunity to transform her personal trauma into something constructive was appealing. Rather than remaining merely a victim, she could become an active participant in preventing others from suffering similar predation. "I'll help however I can," she said, "but first, I need to focus on securing the foundation. There are grant recipients counting on those funds, programs that can't afford interruption." "Of course," Reeves nodded. "Our financial crimes team can provide guidance on implementing enhanced security protocols for the Foundation's accounts, and the house should be released back to you by tomorrow. The evidence collection is complete." As the meeting concluded, Agent Chen walked Samantha to the elevator. "For what it's worth," she said quietly, "I've worked financial crimes for 15 years, and I've never seen anyone respond to this type of betrayal with such composure and strategic thinking. Most people in your position would be paralyzed." Samantha considered this as the elevator doors opened. "I think when deception is that complete, that elaborate, it creates a strange clarity. Nothing is what I thought it was, so everything must be re-examined. There's a certain freedom in that devastating realization." The brownstone stood silent and imposing as Samantha climbed the familiar steps. The crime scene tape had been removed, and from the outside, nothing indicated the turmoil that had unfolded within. She paused at the threshold, key in hand, suddenly uncertain. This place had been her home, her sanctuary, and then, without warning, the ground zero of betrayal and criminality. Taking a deep breath, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. The foyer was eerily quiet, still bearing traces of the FBI's presence. Fingerprint powder on surfaces, evidence markers removed but leaving temporary adhesive residue. But beyond these forensic ghosts, something else haunted the space. The lingering essence of Abigail's occupation. Her perfume still hung faintly in the air, mingling with unfamiliar cleaning products and scented candles that had never been Samantha's preference. Moving through the house felt like navigating a familiar landscape, transformed by some cosmic shift. The architectural bones remained the same, but everything else had been altered. In the living room, the modern furniture Abigail had selected remained, an uncomfortable reminder of how thoroughly Samantha had been erased from her own home. The kitchen, where that first shocking confrontation had occurred, had been completely reorganized. Copper pots hung where Samantha's professional cookware had been. Unfamiliar spices lined the rack. Even the coffee machine had been replaced with a French press that emphasized Abigail's cultivated European persona. But it was the bedroom that presented the most visceral challenge. Standing in the doorway, Samantha surveyed the space where she had once felt most secure. The bed where she had slept beside Nathaniel for 7 years now featured burgundy silk bedding she had never chosen. Her vanity was gone, replaced by a modern dressing table cluttered with Abigail's cosmetics. The closet that had once housed her carefully curated wardrobe now contained another woman's clothes. With methodical determination, Samantha began the process of reclamation. She stripped the burgundy sheets from the bed, bundling them into garbage bags along with Abigail's clothing, toiletries, and personal items. Room by room, she removed traces of the woman who had attempted to usurp her life, setting aside anything that might have evidentiary value for the FBI and discarding the rest. By nightfall, the house had been partially cleansed of Abigail's presence, though the physical structure still bore the marks of renovation. Paint colors changed, furniture replaced, artwork rearranged. These deeper alterations would take time to address. For tonight, Samantha settled for establishing a single sanctuary, the guest bedroom, which had remained relatively untouched, perhaps because it held no particular significance in her relationship with Nathaniel. As she prepared for her first night back in the house, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Mrs. Monroe, this is Devon Hargrove from the Continental Trust Legal Department," a precise voice announced. "I'm calling regarding some urgent matters related to the Monroe Foundation in light of recent events." Samantha's guard immediately rose. "What matters specifically?" "There are several time-sensitive transactions and grant disbursements scheduled for next week that require trustee authorization. With Mr. Monroe's unavailability, we need to establish interim governance protocols to ensure continuity of operations." Using the carefully neutral phrasing, unavailability rather than arrest for financial crimes, suggested Continental Trust was already moving to distance itself from the scandal. "I am the primary trustee," Samantha reminded him. "All foundation activities have always required my final authorization, despite any appearances to the contrary that my husband may have created." "Yes, legally that's correct," Hargrove acknowledged. "However, the operational protocols have been running through Mr. Monroe's department for several years. There are digital authorization systems, investment parameters, and relationship managers who have been working under his direction." "Under his fraudulent direction," Samantha corrected firmly. "I'm aware that the FBI has already been in contact with Continental Trust regarding unauthorized activities in the foundation accounts." A pause on the line suggested Hargrove was recalibrating his approach. "Indeed, which is precisely why we need to establish new security protocols and confirmation pathways immediately. Perhaps we could schedule a meeting tomorrow with our compliance team and your legal representation." 10 a.m. at my attorney's office, Samantha stated, rather than asked. "And Mr. Hargrove, I expect Continental Trust to come prepared with a complete accounting of all foundation assets, transactions for the past 3 years, and a detailed explanation of how my husband was able to initiate unauthorized transfers despite the supposed safeguards your institution claims to maintain." Another pause. "Of course, Mrs. Monroe, we are fully committed to transparency and resolving this unfortunate situation." After ending the call, Samantha sat on the edge of the guest bed, a wave of fatigue washing over her. Continental Trust's rapid response suggested they were concerned about liability, as they should be. How had one of their senior executives managed to orchestrate a sophisticated financial fraud using their systems, evading detection until a compliance officer happened to notice irregularities? Her phone rang again. Daphne this time. "Are you back in the house?" her friend asked without preamble. "Yes, first night, it's strange." "I can imagine. Listen, I just got out of a 4-hour meeting with Continental's executive committee and their outside counsel. They're in full damage control mode." "I just heard from their legal department," Samantha confirmed, "trying to establish interim governance protocols for the foundation." "That's only the beginning," Daphne warned. "They're preparing to argue that Nathaniel acted entirely outside the scope of his employment, that his actions were undetectable through normal compliance measures, and that the bank bears no responsibility for the attempted theft." "That's absurd," Samantha objected. "He used their systems, their authorization protocols, their banking relationships, which is exactly why they're panicking. The potential liability is enormous, not just to your foundation, but to all of Nathaniel's clients, if it turns out he was manipulating other accounts as well." Daphne lowered her voice. "The FBI subpoenaed his complete client records today. The bank's counsel is fighting it, claiming confidentiality concerns, but it's only a matter of time." The implications were staggering. If Nathaniel had been engaged in financial manipulation beyond just the Monroe Foundation, the scandal could expand exponentially. Continental Trust, with its century-old reputation for security and discretion, could face existential threats. "Be careful, Daphne," Samantha cautioned. "If they're looking for someone to blame, I've already documented everything, every irregular transaction I flagged, every response from management, every instance where my concerns were dismissed. And I've shared it all with Agent Reeves." Daphne's voice held a steely determination Samantha recognized from their college days. "They're not making me the scapegoat for institutional failures." After they said goodbye, Samantha found herself too restless for sleep. The house felt haunted, not by supernatural presences, but by the ghosts of deception and betrayal that lingered in every corner. On impulse, she descended to the wine cellar, now emptied of the sophisticated equipment the FBI had confiscated. The space had been transformed back to its original purpose, wine storage, but with suspicious gaps where bottles had been removed for evidence. Tracing her fingers along the racks, Samantha noticed something odd, a seam in the wall paneling that didn't quite align. Pressing gently, she felt a subtle give, and a small section of the wall rotated to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside was a single item, a leather-bound notebook with no markings on its cover. With trembling fingers, Samantha opened it to find pages of handwritten notes in Nathaniel's distinctive script, observations, calculations, and what appeared to be psychological assessments. Her own name appeared repeatedly, alongside clinical notations about her predictable work patterns, exploitable trust, and manageable emotional responses. The cold analytical dissection of their relationship made her physically nauseous. Other names appeared as well, previous victims perhaps, or potential future targets. Samantha immediately called Agent Reeves, describing her discovery and its location. He promised to send someone immediately to retrieve this potentially crucial evidence. "Don't handle it more than necessary," he instructed. "And Mrs. Monroe, this find could be significant. The handwritten nature bypasses digital evidence trails. It might contain insights into their broader network and methodology that we couldn't recover electronically." After securing the notebook in a plastic bag for the FBI, Samantha returned upstairs, her mind racing with implications. The discovery reinforced the calculated nature of Nathaniel's betrayal. This wasn't impulsive or emotionally driven, but meticulously planned predation documented in his own handwriting. Sleep remained elusive as she grappled with this new reality. The man she had loved, had built a life with, had been systematically analyzing her vulnerabilities, documenting her patterns, and plotting to exploit her trust. The intimate knowledge that should have been the foundation of love had instead been weaponized against her. By morning, Samantha had made a decision. She couldn't continue living in the brownstone, not immediately. Every corner held memories now tainted by deception. Every familiar space had been violated by Abigail's presence and Nathaniel's betrayal. She needed neutral territory to rebuild her sense of self and security. After arranging for a real estate agent to find a short-term rental, she turned her attention to the foundation. The meeting with Continental Trust would require preparation, not just emotional, but strategic. They would be bringing their full legal and financial resources to protect their interests. She needed to ensure the foundation's mission remained the priority. At 10 a.m. sharp, Samantha entered her attorney's conference room, where Eleanor Prescott, her family's longtime legal counsel, waited alongside a forensic accountant she had engaged overnight. Across the table sat a delegation from Continental Trust, Devon Hargrove from legal, 2 compliance officers, and a silver-haired executive introduced as Lawrence Blackwell, Senior Vice President of Client Relations. "Mrs. Monroe," Blackwell began, his tone calibrated to convey grave concern without admitting culpability, "let me begin by expressing our profound regret regarding the situation involving Nathaniel. Continental Trust has a 112-year history of safeguarding our clients' assets with the utmost integrity, and we are deeply disturbed by these events." "Save the corporate platitudes," Eleanor Prescott interrupted. "We're here to establish exactly how Mr. Monroe managed to initiate unauthorized transfers of foundation assets using your bank's systems, and what Continental Trust intends to do to make the foundation whole again." Blackwell's professional smile tightened. "Of course. We've prepared a comprehensive overview of the foundation's current status, including all transactions from the past 3 years as requested." A thick binder slid across the table, along with a USB drive that presumably contained digital copies of the same information. "What this documentation demonstrates," Hargrove interjected, is that all transfers were executed with appropriate digital authorizations that matched established verification protocols. Mr. Monroe utilized sophisticated technology to circumvent security measures that would have typically flagged these transactions. In other words, Samantha said coolly, your security was inadequate to prevent fraud by one of your own executives. No system is impenetrable when the attack comes from someone with internal access and specialized knowledge, Blackwell countered defensively. Mr. Monroe exploited his position in ways that were— That's exactly the point, the forensic accountant interrupted. As a fiduciary, Continental Trust has an obligation to implement controls that protect against internal threats, not just external ones. The documentation you've provided shows systematic override of verification protocols over several months, overrides that should have triggered immediate review. For the next 2 hours, the meeting continued in this vein. Continental Trust representatives attempting to minimize institutional responsibility, while Samantha's team methodically dismantled their defenses. The forensic accountant identified multiple points where proper oversight would have detected irregularities, long before they escalated to attempted theft of $47 million. By the meeting's conclusion, the dynamic had shifted dramatically. What Continental Trust had clearly intended as a procedural discussion about interim governance had transformed into a rigorous examination of their potential liability. We propose the following immediate actions, Eleanor stated firmly. First, Continental Trust will provide a detailed accounting of all foundation assets, including the current status of the approximately $8 million that remains unrecovered. Second, the bank will implement enhanced security protocols subject to independent verification. Third, Continental Trust will cover all costs associated with the Foundation's forensic audit and legal expenses resulting from this situation. Blackwell began to object, but Hargrove placed a restraining hand on his arm. The legal counsel recognized what his colleague didn't. The bank's position was precarious, and fighting now would only strengthen potential claims against them later. We'll take these proposals back to our executive committee, Hargrove said carefully. In the meantime, we can certainly begin implementing enhanced security measures for the Foundation's remaining assets. After the Continental Trust representatives departed, Eleanor turned to Samantha with grudging admiration. You handled that remarkably well. Most clients in your position would be falling apart or making emotional demands. Your focus on the Foundation's mission, rather than personal grievances, completely undermined their strategy. Samantha hadn't planned it as a tactic, but she recognized the truth in Eleanor's observation. By keeping the focus on the Foundation's work and those it served, she had maintained moral high ground that made Continental Trust's defensive posturing appear self-serving and inadequate. What happens next? She asked. They'll come back with counter-proposals, attempting to limit their financial exposure, Eleanor predicted. But they're in a vulnerable position, especially with the FBI investigation ongoing. If it emerges that Nathaniel compromised other client accounts using similar methods, their liability could be exponential. The forensic accountant nodded agreement. Based on what I've seen, I'd be shocked if the Monroe Foundation was his only target. The methodology is too refined, too systematic. This was not his first attempt. The observation aligned with what Agent Reeves had shared about finding other potential targets in Nathaniel's documents. The predatory pattern extended beyond her, beyond their marriage, a sobering reminder that she was dealing with something far larger than personal betrayal. As Samantha left the meeting, her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Coffee? There's someone you should meet. Reeves. The cryptic message led her to a small cafe 3 blocks from her attorney's office. Agent Reeves waited at a corner table alongside a woman Samantha didn't recognize, early 50s, elegantly dressed, with the poised demeanor of someone accustomed to wealth and influence. Mrs. Monroe, thank you for coming, Reeves said as Samantha approached. I'd like to introduce Victoria Harrington. Mrs. Harrington? This is Samantha Monroe. The name registered immediately. Harrington, as in Richard Harrington, the Boston Symphony Orchestra chairman whose file had been in Nathaniel and Abigail's Targets collection. Mrs. Harrington, Samantha acknowledged, understanding dawning. You're Richard Harrington's widow, Victoria completed, her expression grave. Or so most of Boston society believes. Samantha looked questioningly at Reeves, who nodded encouragement. My husband isn't dead, Mrs. Monroe. Victoria explained quietly. "He's in a secure location under federal protection. His death 6 months ago was staged when we discovered he had been targeted by sophisticated financial predators." The revelation was stunning. Richard Harrington's passing from a sudden heart attack had been reported in Boston media, with Victoria making dignified appearances at memorial events across the city. "The heart attack provided cover while we investigated who was targeting him and why," Reeves explained. "Based on evidence recovered from your home, we now believe Nathaniel Monroe and Abigail Tatum were the architects of that operation as well." Victoria's eyes held a weary knowledge that Samantha recognized, the look of someone whose reality had been fundamentally altered by betrayal. "Richard was approached by a financial consultant named Marcus Delacroix, who we now know was working with your husband. They began suggesting complex investment structures for the symphony's endowment. Simultaneously, a widow named Sophia Bellamy, Abigail," Samantha guessed. Victoria nodded. She joined the symphony's patron circle, expressing particular interest in Richard's work. Their paths began coincidentally crossing at functions. "It was all so carefully orchestrated that we might never have detected it except what?" Samantha prompted, when Victoria hesitated. "Except Richard and I have been married for 32 years, Victoria said with quiet intensity. "We know each other's patterns, preferences, reactions. I began noticing subtle changes in his behavior, new interests that aligned mysteriously with Sophia's, scheduling adjustments that created opportunities for their accidental meetings. Small things, but they accumulated until I couldn't ignore the pattern." The parallels to Samantha's own experience were unmistakable. The gradual shifts, the retrospectively obvious manipulation, the systematic targeting based on access to significant assets. "We contacted the FBI," Victoria continued, "and discovered that several other major arts patrons and foundation directors had experienced similar approaches. Agent Reeves proposed the heart attack scenario to remove Richard from their reach, while continuing to gather evidence against the network." "Network?" Samantha questioned. Reeves nodded. "We now believe your husband and Abigail Tatum are connected to a sophisticated international organization that specializes in targeting cultural institutions and private foundations, entities that control substantial assets, but often lack the rigorous security infrastructure of major corporations." The scope of the operation expanded in Samantha's mind, no longer just her personal tragedy, but part of a systematic assault on philanthropic institutions and cultural heritage. "The notebook you discovered last night," Reeves added, "contains references to at least 8 other operations in various stages of development, including notations about the Harrington approach and its suspension pending reassessment after Richard's supposed death." "Why are you telling me this?" Samantha asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Victoria reached across the table, briefly touching Samantha's hand. "Because you're in a unique position to help end this. Your testimony, combined with the evidence from your home and your direct experience with their methodology, could be pivotal in dismantling the entire network." "We're building a RICO case," Reeves explained, referring to the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act that allowed prosecution of organized criminal enterprises. "But to succeed, we need to establish the pattern and extent of their operations beyond reasonable doubt. Which means I would need to testify," Samantha concluded, "not just about my personal experience, but about the evidence suggesting connections to other targets." "Exactly," Reeves confirmed. "It would involve significant public exposure, your private trauma becoming part of a very public prosecution." The proposition was daunting. Testifying meant subjecting herself to cross-examination, having the details of her marriage and its betrayal dissected in open court, potentially facing Nathaniel and Abigail directly, but it also meant protecting countless others from similar predation. "The Foundation's mission has always been supporting arts education and cultural preservation," Samantha said after a moment's reflection. "If this network is systematically targeting cultural institutions and foundations like mine, then stopping them aligns perfectly with that mission." She looked directly at Victoria. "When does Richard get to come back from the dead?" A ghost of a smile crossed Victoria's face. "When we're confident the threat has been neutralized. The prosecutors believe that with your evidence, we may finally have enough to move forward with the RICO case." As they discussed next steps, Samantha felt a shifting internal landscape. Grief and betrayal still present, but increasingly accompanied by purpose and resolve. The emotional devastation remained real, but now existed alongside something constructive, something that might prevent others from experiencing similar trauma. Later that evening, as Samantha packed essentials from the brownstone for her temporary apartment, Agent Chen arrived to collect additional evidence identified during the day's continued investigation. "We found something you should be aware of," Chen said, her expression troubled. In a hidden partition on Nathaniel's personal laptop, secured files that our tech team just managed to decrypt. She placed a folder on the kitchen counter, opening it to reveal photographs that made Samantha's blood run cold. Images of herself, sleeping in their bed, working in her study, meeting with colleagues at galleries, all taken without her knowledge or consent. Alongside the photos were detailed notes about her schedule, habits, and vulnerabilities. "He was surveilling me," Samantha whispered, the violation striking deeper than she had imagined possible. "In our home." "It appears to be standard procedure in their methodology," Chen explained gently. "They document patterns, routines, relationships, anything that might be leveraged or exploited. We've found similar surveillance of other targets." The discovered surveillance added yet another dimension to the betrayal. Not just a husband deceiving a wife, not just a criminal targeting assets, but a predator methodically documenting his prey. The intimate spaces of her life had been systematically observed and analyzed, her trust exploited in ways she was still discovering. "There's something else," Chen added hesitantly. "Emails between Nathaniel and various contact people discussing what they called client acquisition methodology. Your husband appears to have been a trainer of sorts, instructing others in techniques of social engineering and psychological manipulation." The revelation transformed Samantha's understanding yet again. Nathaniel hadn't just been a participant in these schemes, he had been a designer, an architect of deception who taught others to replicate his methods. The implications were staggering, suggesting an operation far more extensive than she had imagined. "I want to see everything," Samantha said decisively. "All of it. The emails, the training materials, the surveillance. If I'm going to testify about this, I need to understand the full scope of what they were doing." Chen studied her with concern. "It will be difficult material to process, Mrs. Monroe. Emotionally challenging in ways you might not anticipate." "I'm already living the emotional challenge," Samantha replied. "At least this way I can transform it into something useful, something that might protect others." That night in her temporary apartment, surrounded by boxes containing the essential fragments of her previous life, Samantha began reviewing the files Chen had provided. Page after page of clinical analysis, psychological manipulation tactics, and strategic approaches to cultivating trust for the purpose of betrayal. The material was simultaneously deeply personal, detailing her own victimization, and coldly bureaucratic in its systematized approach to predation. Among the files was a document titled Asset Acquisition Process that outlined a 7-stage methodology for targeting, engaging, and ultimately exploiting high-value marks. Stage 1. Identification and assessment. Stage 2. Identity crafting and approach design. Stage 3. Initial contact and trust building. The clinical precision was chilling, reducing human relationships to tactical objectives in service of financial theft. Most disturbing were the psychological profiles Nathaniel had created, not just of Samantha, but of numerous other targets. Each analysis identified emotional vulnerabilities, personal insecurities, and psychological needs that could be exploited to gain trust and compliance. For Samantha, he had noted her strong attachment to family legacy and professional identity dependent on authenticity, credibility, as pressure points that could be manipulated if necessary. By dawn, Samantha had worked through the most crucial files, assembling a mental framework of the operation's structure and methodology. The organization appeared to operate almost like a consulting firm, with specialized roles, training protocols, and performance metrics. Nathaniel and Abigail were not isolated criminals but key operators in a sophisticated enterprise that targeted cultural institutions and philanthropic foundations worldwide. As morning light filtered through unfamiliar windows, Samantha reached a decision point. The path ahead was clear but daunting: full cooperation with the FBI investigation, testimony in what would likely be a complex RICO prosecution, and the inevitable public exposure of her private trauma. The alternative was retreating into her grief, focusing solely on rebuilding her personal life and securing the foundation, leaving the broader fight to others. The choice crystallized as she reviewed one final document, a list of pending acquisitions that included museums in Chicago and San Francisco, a dance company in New York, and a children's educational foundation in Seattle. Each entry represented not just financial assets at risk, but real people whose lives would be devastated by the same predatory methodology that had shattered her own. With newfound clarity, Samantha lifted her phone and called Agent Reeves. "I've reviewed the files," she said without preamble. "I'll do whatever is needed to help build the RICO case. Full cooperation, complete testimony, anything that will help dismantle this network." "Are you certain?" Reeves asked, clearly recognizing the personal cost such commitment would entail. "The process will be invasive, potentially re-traumatizing." "I'm certain," Samantha confirmed. "They've already invaded every aspect of my privacy, manipulated my emotions, and attempted to steal my family's legacy. The only thing I have left to decide is whether that violation becomes merely my personal tragedy or a catalyst for protecting others." She paused, then added with quiet determination, "I choose the latter." The decision marked a fundamental transition from victim to advocate, from target to formidable opponent. The fragments of deception that had shattered her life would now become the building blocks of something meaningful. Justice not just for herself, but for all those who had been or would be targeted by the same predatory network. As she ended the call, Samantha felt something she hadn't experienced since first encountering Abigail in her kitchen, a sense of agency, of reclaiming control over a narrative that had been hijacked by others. The path ahead would be difficult, the exposure uncomfortable, the process of revisiting the betrayal painful, but for the first time since her world had collapsed, she could envision a future shaped by purpose rather than defined by victimization. The fragments of her shattered life were beginning to form a new mosaic, not a restoration of what was lost, but the creation of something entirely different, something that might, in its own way, be even more authentic than what had been destroyed. 3 weeks after the arrests, Samantha sat in the federal prosecutor's conference room, surrounded by photographs, financial records, and transcripts of intercepted communications. What had begun as her personal tragedy had expanded into a sprawling investigation spanning 3 continents, 7 financial institutions, and dozens of potential victims. The grand jury indictment came through this morning, Federal Prosecutor Eliza Morgan announced, placing a thick document on the table. 37 counts including wire fraud, money laundering, conspiracy, identity theft, and RICO violations. Both Nathaniel and Abigail have been denied bail as flight risks. Samantha nodded, the news bringing a complicated mixture of vindication and renewed grief. Each legal development simultaneously validated her experience and forced her to revisit the betrayal. "What happens next?" she asked. "Trial preparation," Morgan replied, "which is why we need to discuss your role as a key witness. The defense will undoubtedly attempt to characterize this as a simple marital dispute that escalated, a husband who fell in love with another woman and made poor financial decisions under her influence." "That's absurd," Samantha objected. "The evidence clearly shows years of systematic targeting and fraud." "Yes, but juries can be swayed by emotional appeals and simplified narratives," Morgan cautioned. "We need your testimony to connect the criminal conspiracy directly to your personal experience, to show the jury the human impact of these crimes." Agent Reeves, who had been reviewing documents at the end of the table, looked up. "We've also identified 3 other victims willing to testify about similar experiences, with Nathaniel and Abigail operating under different identities. Their testimony will establish the pattern necessary for the RICO charges." "Other victims from before me?" Samantha asked, the implications settling heavily. Reeves nodded, passing her a folder. Janet Michaels, targeted in 2018 when she inherited control of a regional theater foundation. David Prescott, approached in 2019 regarding his family's art collection. And Elena Vasquez, who nearly lost her museum endowment in 2020. Different names, different appearances, but the same methodical approach. In each case, Nathaniel and Abigail created identities specifically tailored to appeal to the target's psychological profile. Samantha opened the folder, studying photographs of Nathaniel and Abigail in various disguises. Nathaniel with a beard and glasses as Thomas Whitfield, Abigail as a blonde corporate executive named Catherine Lennox. Each image reinforced the calculated nature of their operation and the extent of their deception. "They were partners well before I met Nathaniel," Samantha said quietly, the timeline coming into focus, "which means our entire relationship was a long-term operation," Reeves confirmed gently. "Financial records suggest they began tracking your family foundation approximately 9 years ago, shortly after you became actively involved in its management." 9 years. The number stunned Samantha into momentary silence. 9 years encompassed her entire relationship with Nathaniel, from their first meeting at a gallery opening through dating, marriage, and building a life together. Every moment, every memory, potentially tainted by calculation and deception. "I need some air," she said abruptly, rising from the table. Outside the federal building, Samantha leaned against a stone column, struggling to process this new information. She had been coming to terms with the betrayal of her 7-year marriage, but now faced the possibility that she had never known Nathaniel at all, that from their very first encounter, she had been interacting with a carefully constructed persona designed specifically to appeal to her. Her phone rang, Daphne calling with an update from Continental Trust. "The internal investigation is complete," her friend reported. 17 client accounts show evidence of Nathaniel's fingerprints, subtle manipulations, unauthorized access attempts, exploratory probes of security protocols. The Monroe Foundation was apparently intended to be his masterpiece, his largest single theft. "Any insight into how long he'd been planning it?" Samantha asked. "According to access logs and security overrides, he began systematically mapping the Foundation's vulnerabilities about 3 years ago, but there's evidence of irregular access dating back much further." The timeline aligned with Reeves's information. While the active phase of targeting her foundation had intensified in recent years, the groundwork had been laid much earlier, perhaps from the very beginning of their relationship. "There's something else," Daphne added, her tone suggesting reluctance. "The HR department found irregularities in Nathaniel's original employment verification. The references and employment history he provided when joining Continental Trust 9 years ago, they don't check out. The companies exist, but they have no record of him." Another layer of deception, reaching back to the very foundation of the life Samantha thought they had built together. Had anything been real? Any moment genuine? The question haunted her as she returned to the prosecutor's conference room. "I apologize for stepping out," she said, reclaiming her seat at the table. Morgan studied her with professional assessment. "This is an ongoing process, Mrs. Monroe. Each new revelation can reopen wounds just as they're beginning to heal. If you need time—" "What I need," Samantha interrupted with quiet determination, "is to understand exactly what happened, how it happened, and how to ensure it never happens to anyone else. The timeline may be more extensive than we initially understood, but that only strengthens my resolve to see this through." Her response seemed to satisfy Morgan, who nodded appreciatively before turning to a large evidence board where photographs, documents, and financial transaction records had been arranged in chronological order. "Let's focus on establishing the narrative for the jury," the prosecutor suggested. "We need to connect the elaborate financial scheme to the personal deception in ways that make the human impact undeniable." For the next 3 hours, they methodically reconstructed the operation, integrating Samantha's personal experience with the broader evidence of criminal conspiracy. The work was emotionally exhausting, but clarifying. Each connection established, each pattern identified, brought a measure of order to the chaos of betrayal. As the session concluded, Agent Chen approached with a tablet displaying a series of emails. "These were recovered from a cloud server Abigail accessed," she explained. "Communications between her and Nathaniel going back 8 years, discussing various acquisition projects including yours. They used coded language, but the content is unmistakable." Samantha scrolled through the messages, each one a fresh wound. In clinical, detached language, Nathaniel and Abigail discussed her habits, preferences, vulnerabilities, the most intimate aspects of her life reduced to tactical information for exploitation. One exchange from 7 years ago, shortly before his proposal, was particularly devastating. N. Target responding as anticipated to calibrated emotional investment. Vulnerability assessment indicates optimal timing for Phase 3 acceleration. Recommend formalization of relationship status to enhance access to primary accounts. A. Proceed with relationship advancement. Surveillance confirms target's romantic expectations align with operational parameters. Maintain documentation of all access credentials acquired during honeymoon phase. Their engagement, their wedding, reduced to relationship advancement and an opportunity to gather access credentials. The calculated exploitation of her emotions and trust laid bare in sterile operational language. "Are you okay to continue reviewing these?" Chen asked, noting Samantha's expression. "Yes," she replied without hesitation. "I need to see everything. Understanding the full extent of the deception is the only way I'll ever process it completely." Later that evening in her temporary apartment, Samantha continued working through the recovered communications, building a comprehensive timeline of the operation, targeting her and her family's foundation. The methodical approach helped contain the emotional impact, transforming overwhelming betrayal into documented evidence. As she organized the information chronologically, patterns emerged that hadn't been immediately apparent. Nathaniel's suggested career moves for her, his encouragement of certain professional relationships, his opinions on foundation investments, all subtly aligned with creating opportunities for the eventual theft. Even her extended European trip had been strategically encouraged to create the ideal window for their final execution. The depth of manipulation was staggering, yet somehow knowing its full extent provided a strange clarity. The problem wasn't that she had missed obvious warning signs. It was that the deception had been so comprehensive, so expertly crafted to exploit her specific vulnerabilities, that detecting it would have required a level of suspicion incompatible with any intimate relationship. As midnight approached, Samantha found herself staring at a photograph from their second anniversary. Nathaniel and her at a beachside restaurant in Santorini, smiling into the camera with genuine-seeming happiness. According to the timeline she'd constructed, this trip had coincided with his first serious attempts to gather detailed information about the Foundation's security protocols. Had he felt anything real in that moment? Had there been any genuine emotion beneath the calculated performance? Or had every smile, every touch, every intimate conversation been nothing more than tactical execution of a long-term predatory strategy? The questions had no satisfying answers, and ultimately Samantha realized they didn't matter. Whether Nathaniel had experienced moments of genuine connection or had been entirely calculating throughout, the end result remained the same. A marriage built on fundamental deception, a relationship weaponized for financial predation. A knock at her door interrupted these reflections. At this hour it could only be one person, Victoria Harrington, who was staying in the same secure building while participating in the investigation. "I thought you might still be up," Victoria said when Samantha opened the door. "The lights under your door gave you away. Mind some company?" Samantha welcomed her in, clearing case files from the sofa to make space. Over the past weeks, she had developed an unexpected bond with the older woman, a connection forged through shared experience of sophisticated deception. "Still working through the evidence?" Victoria asked, gesturing to the organized stacks of documents. "Trying to make sense of it all," Samantha confirmed. 9 years, Victoria. Apparently they identified me as a potential target 9 years ago, before I even met Nathaniel. Victoria's expression reflected understanding rather than shock. "Richard and I have been working through a similar realization. The man he thought was a chance acquaintance at a charity golf tournament had actually been researching him for months, crafting the perfect approach based on shared interests and mutual connections." "How do you trust your own judgment after something like this?" Samantha asked, voicing the question that had been haunting her. "How do you ever believe in the authenticity of any relationship again?" Victoria considered this thoughtfully. "I'm not sure we ever returned to the same kind of trust we had before, but perhaps we developed something different, a more grounded assessment of people based on consistent actions over time rather than initial impressions or emotional responses." "That sounds exhausting," Samantha admitted. "It can be," Victoria acknowledged, "but it also brings a certain clarity. Richard and I have discovered that our relationship has actually deepened through this experience. Having faced this level of deception together, we've developed a new appreciation for the genuine connection we share." The observation offered a perspective Samantha hadn't considered, that experiencing profound deception might actually enhance one's capacity to recognize and value authenticity. Perhaps the ability to distinguish genuine connection from manipulation was a skill that could be developed through even the most painful experiences. "I've been thinking about doing something with all this," Samantha said after a moment. "Not just the testimony and legal proceedings, but something more creative, a way to transform this experience into something meaningful." "What kind of something?" Victoria asked. "An exhibition, perhaps, using the documented evidence of the deception, the surveillance photos, the coded communications, the financial trails, as elements in an exploration of authenticity and fraud." The idea had been forming gradually in Samantha's mind, emerging from her curatorial instinct to organize, contextualize, and find meaning in disparate elements. "That's remarkably constructive," Victoria observed. "Most people in your position would be focused solely on survival and recovery." "I am surviving," Samantha replied, "and part of my recovery might be using my professional skills to make sense of this experience, to transform private trauma into something with broader relevance." The conversation continued late into the night, two women bound by parallel experiences of betrayal, finding connection and possibility amid the wreckage of deception. The following week brought a significant development in the case, one that tested Samantha's newly developing resilience. Agent Reeves contacted her with news that Nathaniel had requested a meeting. "He claims to have information about additional operations that we haven't yet uncovered," Reeves explained, "but he'll only share it with you present." "It's manipulation," Samantha responded immediately. "Another attempt to establish control or create emotional leverage." "Most likely," Reeves agreed. "However, the prosecutor believes there might be value in hearing what he has to say, with appropriate safeguards in place, of course." The prospect of facing Nathaniel directly, of being in the same room with the man who had systematically deceived her for 9 years, generated a visceral reaction of anxiety and anger. Yet beneath these immediate emotions, Samantha recognized an opportunity to reclaim some measure of agency in their power dynamic. "I'll do it," she decided, "but on my terms, in an environment where I have support and he has no control over the interaction." 2 days later, Samantha entered a sterile interview room at the Federal Detention Center, accompanied by Agent Reeves and Prosecutor Morgan. Nathaniel was already seated at the metal table, wearing an orange jumpsuit that contrasted sharply with the bespoke suits he'd favored as an investment manager. Despite his circumstances, he maintained the poised confidence that had once been part of his charismatic appeal. "Sam," he greeted her, his voice carrying the warmth and familiarity of their marriage. "Thank you for coming. Mrs. Monroe has agreed to this meeting solely to determine whether you have relevant information for the investigation," Morgan interjected firmly. "This is not a personal conversation." Nathaniel's gaze remained fixed on Samantha. "You look well," he observed. "The situation seems to agree with you, oddly enough." The casual remark, as if they were discussing a new haircut or career change rather than the destruction of their marriage through criminal deception, crystallized something for Samantha. The man before her was a performer, still attempting to manipulate the scene, to establish rapport through familiar patterns of interaction. "What information do you have?" she asked directly, refusing to engage with his attempt at personal connection. A flicker of something, disappointment, respect, crossed his face before he adjusted his approach. "I have detailed knowledge of operations targeting at least 5 additional cultural institutions and foundations that haven't yet been identified by your investigation. We're already aware of the Harrington operation, the Chicago Art Institute approach, and the Seattle Children's Educational Foundation targeting," Reeves countered. "What else do you have?" Nathaniel raised an eyebrow, apparently impressed by their progress. "There's a current operation in the final planning stages targeting the Morton Family Trust in Philadelphia, approximately $63 million in assets dedicated to historic preservation, and the Williams Institute in San Francisco is under active surveillance for a potential approach next quarter." As he spoke, Samantha studied him with new clarity. The mannerisms she had once found charming, the slight tilt of his head when presenting information, the precise gestures that emphasized key points, now revealed themselves as calculated performance techniques. Had she ever known the actual person beneath this carefully constructed persona? "Why are you sharing this information now?" she asked, when he finished outlining the additional targets. "Professional courtesy," he replied with a ghost of his former smile. And perhaps a recognition that the current operational environment has become untenable. The risk-reward calculation no longer favors continuing these particular projects. You mean you're trying to negotiate a better plea deal? Morgan translated bluntly. Nathaniel shrugged elegantly, the gesture incongruous with his prison attire. I prefer to think of it as optimizing outcomes within constrained parameters. The corporate jargon, once a normal part of their household communication, now struck Samantha as bizarrely dissociated from the human impact of his actions. Had he always viewed the world through this cold, transactional lens? Had she simply never noticed, or had she interpreted it as professional focus rather than fundamental emotional detachment? We'll verify this information, Reeves stated, making notes. If it proves accurate and valuable, the prosecutor will take it into consideration. One more thing, Nathaniel added, his gaze returning to Samantha. There are elements of our personal situation that have been misconstrued in the investigation. Motivations attributed to me that don't accurately reflect the complexity of the circumstances. Meaning what exactly? Morgan asked skeptically. Meaning that not everything between Samantha and me was operational, he replied, his voice softening. There were genuine aspects to our relationship that have been overlooked in the simplified narrative of predator and prey. The claim struck Samantha as both absurd and deeply offensive, an attempt to reframe 9 years of calculated deception as something more nuanced, more human. Which parts were genuine? She asked, her tone conveying precisely how implausible she found the suggestion. The surveillance? The psychological profiling? The coded communications with Abigail analyzing my vulnerabilities? For the first time, Nathaniel appeared genuinely uncomfortable. It's more complicated than the evidence alone suggests. Yes, the operation was real, the targeting intentional, but human interaction over years creates unexpected developments, unplanned responses. You're claiming you developed actual feelings during a 9-year con? Reeves asked incredulously. Nathaniel's expression hardened at the blunt characterization. I'm suggesting that reality is rarely as clear-cut as prosecutors prefer for their narratives. People can compartmentalize. They can operate with conflicting motivations simultaneously. Samantha had heard enough. Whether you experienced occasional moments of genuine emotion is irrelevant to the criminal charges, she said with remarkable composure. And frankly, it's irrelevant to me personally as well. Say a few authentic moments in a 9-year deception don't mitigate the fundamental betrayal. Her clarity appeared to unsettle him more than anger would have. He had come prepared for emotional responses, for hurt, for rage, for desperate questions seeking understanding. Her calm assessment offered none of these openings for manipulation. You've changed, he observed, studying her with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. Yes, she acknowledged simply. That tends to happen when one's entire reality is revealed as an elaborate fiction. As the meeting concluded without Nathaniel gaining whatever emotional leverage he had sought, Samantha experienced an unexpected sense of empowerment. She had faced the architect of her greatest betrayal and remained centered in her own truth, neither crumbling under the weight of remembered intimacy nor lashing out from unprocessed anger. Outside the detention center, Morgan expressed admiration for Samantha's composure. Most witnesses in your position would have struggled with that encounter. Your ability to maintain focus on the relevant information without getting drawn into emotional manipulation is remarkable. It's self-preservation, Samantha replied, and perhaps an unexpected benefit of his thorough deception. When someone has lied about everything, it becomes easier to dismiss anything they say as potentially manipulative. Back at her temporary apartment, however, the controlled facade Samantha had maintained began to crack. Despite her intellectual understanding of Nathaniel's manipulative tactics, his suggestion of authentic elements within their relationship had activated painful questions she thought she had resolved. Had there been genuine moments amid the deception? Did it matter if there were? The questions pursued her into restless sleep, where dreams mixed memories of their life together with images from the case files, surveillance photos, coded communications, crime scene evidence. She woke at dawn feeling emotionally drained but intellectually clarified. Whether Nathaniel had experienced occasional authentic emotions was ultimately irrelevant to both the criminal case and her personal recovery. The relationship as a whole had been fundamentally fraudulent, built on calculated deception for predatory purposes. This realization brought an unexpected gift: freedom from the need to analyze every memory, every moment, searching for clues she might have missed or genuine connections amid the deception. She could acknowledge the complexity of human experience, that even calculated predators might experience unintended emotional responses without allowing that complexity to obscure the fundamental nature of what had occurred. With this new clarity, Samantha returned to her emerging concept for transforming the experience into an artistic exploration. The exhibition she envisioned would neither simplify the deception into melodrama nor attempt to find redemptive elements within it. Instead, it would present the documented evidence of the operation alongside explorations of authenticity, trust, and the human capacity for both deception and discernment. She began sketching exhibition concepts, imagining how surveillance photos might be juxtaposed with genuine moments from her life, how coded communications might be displayed alongside authentic emotional expressions. The curatorial process felt therapeutic, a way of reorganizing traumatic material into something meaningful without denying its painful reality. As these ideas developed, Samantha received an unexpected opportunity that aligned perfectly with her emerging vision. The director of the Boston Museum of Contemporary Art contacted her regarding a scheduled exhibition that had fallen through due to artist illness. "We have the Contemporary Issues Gallery available for the next 4 months," Director Elaine Chen explained. "When I heard about your situation and the extensive documentation involved, I wondered if you might consider developing your curatorial concept for our space. We've been looking to explore the intersection of personal narrative and broader social issues in the digital age." The invitation was both professionally significant and personally meaningful, a chance to transform private trauma into public dialogue about authenticity in an era of sophisticated deception. "I'd need complete curatorial freedom," Samantha stipulated. "The material is complex, potentially uncomfortable, and doesn't lend itself to simplified narratives. Discomfort is often where the most meaningful art happens," Chen replied. "We'd support your vision while ensuring appropriate context and viewer preparation for sensitive content." The project provided focus and purpose during the challenging weeks of pre-trial preparations. While continuing to assist the prosecution, Samantha dedicated her remaining energy to developing the exhibition concept. She assembled a small team of trusted colleagues to help organize the material, create explanatory texts, and design the physical space. The work became a form of reclamation, taking evidence of her victimization and transforming it into a powerful statement about authenticity, deception, and resilience. Each piece of documented betrayal, recontextualized within the exhibition framework, lost some of its power to wound her personally, while gaining broader significance as cultural commentary. 6 weeks into the exhibition development, however, a significant challenge emerged. Continental Trust's legal department contacted Samantha with concerns about including certain financial documentation in the public display. "While we support your creative expression and healing process," their carefully worded letter stated, "the Foundation's financial information and Continental Trust's internal documents remain confidential under various regulatory and privacy frameworks. Public exhibition of this material could potentially compromise ongoing security protocols and client confidentiality." The objection threatened a core element of the exhibition, the financial trail that connected personal betrayal to systematic fraud. Without these documents, the narrative would lose critical dimensions that illustrated how intimate deception enabled financial predation. The unexpected obstacle triggered Samantha's first major emotional setback in weeks. After making significant progress in processing the trauma and transforming it into meaningful action, she now faced institutional resistance that threatened to restrict her narrative. "They're trying to control the story," she told Daphne during an emergency meeting at her apartment, "to minimize their institutional failure and limit public understanding of how thoroughly their systems were compromised." "That's definitely part of it," Daphne agreed. "But there are also legitimate regulatory concerns about displaying certain types of financial documentation publicly. The question is whether there's a way to convey the essential narrative without using the specific documents they're objecting to." The challenge forced Samantha to reconsider her approach. Rather than fighting Continental Trust through legal channels, a battle that could delay the exhibition indefinitely, Perhaps there were creative solutions that would preserve the integrity of her vision while addressing their legitimate concerns. Working with her curatorial team and legal advisors, Samantha developed alternative approaches, using visually redacted documents that conveyed the pattern of fraud without revealing specific account details, creating infographics that illustrated the financial methodology without displaying actual records, incorporating expert analysis that explained the systemic vulnerabilities without compromising security protocols. The process of adaptation, though initially frustrating, ultimately strengthened the exhibition concept. By focusing on patterns rather than specific documents, the presentation became more accessible to general audiences while maintaining its essential truth. The constraint had forced creative innovation that actually enhanced the project's impact. As the exhibition opening approached, Samantha's personal recovery continued to progress alongside her professional work. Regular sessions with a trauma specialist helped her process the complex emotions triggered by each new development in the case. Support from unexpected allies, Victoria Harrington, Agent Chen, colleagues from the art world who rallied around her, provided community during a time when isolation would have been damaging. Most surprisingly, Samantha found herself experiencing genuine moments of joy amid the ongoing challenges, pleasure in creative problem-solving, satisfaction in professional accomplishment, even occasional laughter with new friends who knew her only as she was now, not as the woman who had been systematically deceived. 2 weeks before the exhibition opening, however, a new crisis emerged that threatened both the project and the broader case. Abigail Tatum, facing the prospect of significant prison time, offered prosecutors a deal: information about the larger criminal network in exchange for reduced charges and sentencing considerations. She claims to have documentation identifying key players in at least 4 countries, Agent Reeves explained during an urgent meeting at the federal prosecutor's office, including financial backers who fund these operations and receive percentages of the stolen assets. "And you believe her?" Samantha asked skeptically. "We believe she has information," Morgan clarified. "Whether it's as valuable as she claims remains to be seen, but if legitimate, it could help dismantle the entire network rather than just removing 2 operators." The potential deal created a moral dilemma for Samantha. While bringing down the broader criminal organization aligned with her goal of preventing others from experiencing similar victimization, the idea of Abigail receiving leniency felt like a profound injustice. "What would this mean for her sentencing?" Samantha asked. "Potentially significant reduction," Morgan acknowledged. "Instead of the 15-20 years she's currently facing, she might serve as little as 5 to 7 with cooperation credit." The possibility of Abigail serving just 5 years for her role in destroying multiple lives and attempting to steal millions from charitable foundations was difficult to accept. Yet Samantha recognized that her personal desire for punitive justice needed to be weighed against the broader goal of dismantling the criminal network. "What about Nathaniel?" she asked. "Is he offering similar cooperation?" "No," Reeves replied. "He maintains that his knowledge is limited to the operations he directly managed. The prosecution doesn't believe him, but without concrete evidence of his connections to the broader network, there's limited leverage to pressure him further." The differing approaches of her betrayers seemed consistent with what Samantha had learned about them through the investigation. Abigail was a pragmatic survivor who would leverage any advantage to improve her situation. Nathaniel maintained a facade of dignified resignation while revealing as little as possible, still controlling his narrative to the extent circumstances allowed. "I need time to think about this," Samantha said finally. "While I understand the potential value of Abigail's information, I'm not comfortable immediately supporting a deal that significantly reduces her accountability." The moral complexity of the situation weighed heavily as Samantha returned to work on the exhibition. The project had evolved into an exploration of precisely these kinds of challenging questions: how justice intersects with pragmatism, how individual trauma balances against collective safety, how clean narrative resolution often remains elusive in complex human situations. As she finalized exhibition elements with her team, Samantha incorporated this latest development into the conceptual framework, not as a completed narrative arc, but as an ongoing question about how societies balance competing values in responding to sophisticated predation. 3 days before the exhibition opening, Samantha received a letter at her temporary apartment, handwritten, postmarked from the detention center where Abigail was being held. Mrs. Monroe, I understand you're preparing an exhibition about your experience. While I don't expect sympathy or forgiveness, I believe there are aspects of the situation you may not fully comprehend. The operation targeting you was exceptional in its duration and complexity. Most of our projects involved shorter timeframes and less elaborate persona creation. The extensiveness of your targeting wasn't just about financial opportunity. It reflected professional recognition of your unusual perceptiveness and intelligence. In our field, the most sophisticated operations are reserved for the most challenging targets. I'm offering cooperation to the authorities, not merely for sentencing consideration, but because the organization has fundamental vulnerabilities that make it unsustainable. The same patterns that made our operations effective also create predictable failure points that authorities are increasingly able to identify. You may choose to include this perspective in your exhibition or disregard it entirely. Either way, I suspect your presentation will demonstrate the same impressive clarity and analytical strength that made you such a formidable adversary once you became aware of our operation. Abigail Tatum. The letter's calculated flattery and pseudo-professional analysis were clearly manipulative, another attempt to frame the criminal conspiracy as some kind of professional endeavor rather than predatory exploitation. Yet amid the manipulation, Samantha recognized a kernel of authentic acknowledgement. Whether intended genuinely or as sophisticated manipulation, Abigail was recognizing Samantha's transformation from victim to formidable opponent. The letter became the final element in the exhibition, displayed in its entirety, alongside Samantha's curatorial note, acknowledging its likely manipulative intent, while recognizing that even within calculated communication, fragments of authentic human recognition might occasionally emerge. On the eve of the exhibition opening, as final preparations were completed at the museum, Samantha returned to her temporary apartment to find Agent Reeves waiting outside her door. "We need to talk," he said, his expression serious. "There's been a development that could impact both the case and your exhibition." Inside, he explained the situation. Nathaniel has alleged that key evidence against him was obtained illegally. Specifically, that your access to his private office and discovery of the documentation there constituted unauthorized entry and search without warrant. "That's absurd," Samantha objected. "It was my husband's office, in a building where I was known to staff and had regularly visited. I had keys. There was no breaking and entering." "We know that," Reeves assured her, "but his attorneys are filing motions to suppress all evidence flowing from that initial discovery, arguing fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. If successful, it could significantly compromise the case against him." The legal challenge represented Nathaniel's most direct attack yet, not just against the prosecution, but against Samantha's credibility and the legitimacy of her actions in uncovering the truth. "The prosecution believes the motion will ultimately fail," Reeves continued, "but it could delay proceedings and potentially remove certain evidence from consideration. I wanted you to be aware before the exhibition opens, as this development might affect how you present certain elements." The timing, directly before her exhibition opening, seemed unlikely to be coincidental. Nathaniel was attempting to undermine her public reclamation of narrative control, to inject legal uncertainty into her presentation of documented evidence. "He's still trying to manipulate the situation," Samantha observed, "to create doubt and destabilize my position, just as he did throughout our relationship." "That's our assessment as well," Reeves confirmed. "The good news is that even if this specific evidence were suppressed, which we don't believe will happen, the case against him remains strong. The financial records, the equipment recovered from your wine cellar, the communications with Abigail, the pattern established with other victims, the totality of evidence extends far beyond what you initially discovered in his office." The attempted legal maneuver, while concerning, reinforced Samantha's conviction about the exhibition's importance. By publicly documenting the methodology of sophisticated deception, including these kinds of tactical attempts to create doubt and uncertainty, she was creating resources that might help others recognize and respond to similar patterns. As Reeves departed, promising to keep her updated on the legal proceedings, Samantha reflected on the journey that had brought her to this moment. From the shocking discovery of Abigail in her kitchen to the comprehensive unraveling of a 9-year deception, from emotional devastation to purposeful action, from victim to advocate, the transformation had been both painful and empowering. Tomorrow's exhibition opening represented not an end to this journey, but a meaningful milestone, a public declaration that sophisticated deception, while devastatingly effective, was not ultimately triumphant. The fragments of her shattered life, carefully reassembled into artistic expression, would serve as both personal testimony and public resource. As she prepared for sleep, Samantha felt a curious sense of completion, despite knowing that significant challenges remained ahead. The criminal trial, the Foundation's ongoing recovery, her personal healing process. Nathaniel's latest legal maneuver was likely not his last attempt to regain control of the narrative. Yet for the first time since discovering Abigail in her kitchen, Samantha felt genuine confidence in her ability to navigate whatever came next. The sophisticated deception that had nearly destroyed her had ultimately revealed strengths she hadn't fully recognized in herself: resilience, analytical clarity, and the capacity to transform trauma into meaningful action. Tomorrow's exhibition would present these fragments of deception to the public, not as a completed story with neat resolution, but as an ongoing exploration of authenticity, trust, and the human capacity for both exploitation and discernment. Whatever challenges remained, Samantha Monroe was no longer merely the target of a sophisticated operation. She had become something her deceivers had never anticipated, a formidable voice exposing the very methodologies designed to silence her. The exhibition opening night transformed the Contemporary Issues Gallery into a space where private trauma met public discourse. Samantha stood near the entrance, watching as critics, collectors, and curious museum-goers moved through the carefully constructed narrative of deception and discovery. Her curatorial vision had been realized with stunning impact: surveillance photographs enlarged to museum scale, financial documents artfully redacted but visually powerful, correspondences between Nathaniel and Abigail presented alongside romantic cards he had given Samantha during their marriage. "Remarkable," Museum Director Elaine Chen murmured beside her. "You've created something unprecedented, a real-time documentation of sophisticated fraud that functions simultaneously as personal testimony, public warning, and conceptual art." The exhibition had been organized into chronological phases, mirroring the documented stages of the operation targeting Samantha. Each section combined evidence, analysis, and artistic interpretation, creating a powerful journey from initial targeting through discovery and aftermath. Visitors moved through the space with expressions ranging from horrified fascination to solemn recognition. Several paused to write reflections on cards provided for audience response, sharing their own experiences with deception or expressing empathy for what Samantha had endured. "Mrs. Monroe?" a voice came from behind her. "Quite an achievement." Samantha turned to find Agent Reeves and Agent Chen observing the crowd's reaction. They had attended in a dual capacity, as supporters of her recovery process and as representatives of an investigation still actively building its case. "The prosecutor should see this," Chen commented. "It illustrates the methodology more effectively than any courtroom presentation could." "She's coming tomorrow," Samantha replied. Along with several financial crime specialists from other jurisdictions, they're interested in using elements of the exhibition for training purposes. As they spoke, Samantha noticed a distinguished older couple entering the gallery, Richard and Victoria Harrington, making their first public appearance since Richard's resurrection from his staged death. The FBI had cleared them to resume public life now that the immediate operation targeting them had been disrupted, though they maintained certain security protocols. Their presence represented an important expansion of the narrative, evidence that Samantha's experience was not isolated, but part of a pattern targeting cultural institutions and their leaders. Several other victims of similar operations had contributed statements to the exhibition, but the Harringtons were the first to appear in person. "Samantha," Victoria embraced her warmly, "this is extraordinary work. You've transformed something designed to silence and isolate you into a powerful public resource." "It's still evolving," Samantha acknowledged. "As the investigation continues and the trial approaches, new elements emerge that reshape our understanding of what happened." Richard, still adjusting to his return to public life after months in protective seclusion, studied a display of surveillance photographs with professional interest. The methodology is consistent across operations, he observed. The same baseline approach customized for each target's specific vulnerabilities. His analytical response reflected something Samantha had come to recognize in all who had experienced such targeting, a tendency to process trauma through intellectual analysis, finding safety in understanding the mechanics of how they had been deceived. As the evening progressed, journalists from major publications approached Samantha for comments. She had prepared carefully for this aspect of the opening, developing responses that balanced personal experience with broader perspectives on financial predation. "This exhibition isn't just about my individual experience," she told a reporter from the New York Times. "It's about recognizing patterns of sophisticated deception that exist throughout our society, from intimate relationships to financial systems. The same methodologies that were used against me are employed in various forms against institutions, communities, and democratic processes." The connection between personal and societal deception had emerged as a central theme of the exhibition, the recognition that vulnerability to sophisticated manipulation existed at every level, from individual psychology to global finance. As the crowd thinned late in the evening, museum security approached Samantha with concerned expressions. "Mrs. Monroe, there's a situation at the main entrance," the head of security informed her quietly. "A woman claiming to be your husband's sister is insisting on seeing you. She's become quite agitated." "My husband doesn't have a sister," Samantha replied immediately, her senses sharpening. "Did she give a name?" "Vanessa Monroe. She's showing identification and demanding entry to what she calls a character assassination of her brother." The FBI agents, overhearing this exchange, moved closer. "This could be another associate from the network," Reeves cautioned. "We should handle this carefully." "Let her in," Samantha decided after a moment's consideration, "but with security nearby. If she's connected to the network, her reaction to the exhibition might provide valuable information." Minutes later, a striking woman in her early 40s was escorted into the gallery. Impeccably dressed in designer attire with an aristocratic bearing, she carried herself with the confident entitlement of old money. Her features bore a calculated resemblance to Nathaniel's, similar enough to claim relation, but not so similar that the connection would be questioned. "You must be Samantha," she approached directly, her English accented with what sounded like finishing school French. "I'm Vanessa Monroe, Nathaniel's sister." "Interesting," Samantha replied calmly. Considering Nathaniel was an only child raised in foster care according to his actual background, not the fictional history he created as part of his operation. The woman's composure faltered momentarily before she recovered. "This misunderstanding is exactly why I'm here. My brother has been grossly mischaracterized by these creative interpretations of events." She gestured dismissively toward the exhibition displays. "These aren't interpretations," Samantha corrected. "They're documented evidence currently being used in federal prosecution. Perhaps you'd like to explain your actual connection to Nathaniel Monroe and Abigail Tatum. The FBI agents right behind you would be very interested." The woman turned sharply, noticing Reeves and Chen for the first time. Her expression underwent a series of rapid calculations before settling into cool assessment. "I see this situation is more complicated than I was led to believe," she said, her accent subtly shifting. "Perhaps we could discuss this privately." "I don't think so," Reeves interjected, stepping forward. "But we would be interested in speaking with you at our office about your connection to the defendants in an ongoing federal investigation." What happened next unfolded with startling speed. The woman reached into her handbag, prompting Chen to move instinctively toward her sidearm. But instead of a weapon, Vanessa produced a small aerosol canister and deployed it directly into Reeves's face before anyone could react. Reeves staggered backward, temporarily blinded, as the woman bolted toward a side exit. Security responded immediately, but she moved with the practiced efficiency of someone trained in evasion tactics. The museum erupted into controlled chaos, security personnel pursuing the fleeing woman, agents calling for backup, visitors reacting with alarm. In the confusion, Samantha noticed something the woman had dropped, a small phone that had fallen from her bag during her escape. She retrieved it, just as museum security reported that the woman had successfully fled the building and disappeared into a waiting vehicle. "Pepper spray," Reeves confirmed, his eyes red and watering as medics attended to him. Non-lethal but effective. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was surveillance, Chen concluded. Sent to assess the exhibition and report back on what information has been made public, and possibly to intimidate Mrs. Monroe, Reeves added, still blinking rapidly to clear his vision. Samantha handed the phone to Chen. She dropped this. It might help identify her. The device was secured as evidence, and within an hour, the FBI had established a perimeter around the museum while digital forensics specialists began analyzing the phone. The exhibition opening concluded prematurely, with visitors escorted out through controlled exits, while security verified no other potential threats remained. In a makeshift command center established in the museum's administrative offices, Samantha provided a detailed description of the encounter to a rapidly expanding team of federal agents. She was operating at a different level than what we've seen before, Samantha observed. More sophisticated than Nathaniel or Abigail, better prepared, quicker adaptation when confronted, clearly trained in counter-surveillance and extraction techniques. This suggests the network has specialized roles, Chen theorized. Nathaniel and Abigail as frontline operators, with more skilled personnel handling security, contingency planning, and possibly extraction when operations are compromised. The assessment aligned with patterns emerging from the broader investigation, evidence of a hierarchical organization with compartmentalized functions and specialized training. Vanessa appeared to represent a higher tier of operative than they had previously encountered. By midnight, preliminary analysis of the phone yielded critical information. Though heavily encrypted, certain basic data was accessible, including recent location history that showed the device had visited the Federal Detention Center, where Nathaniel was being held earlier that day. She met with him, Reeves confirmed, which means either she has legitimate credentials that got her past security, or the network has resources to create convincing false identification. Neither option is reassuring. The encounter had transformed what should have been Samantha's moment of reclamation into a stark reminder that the network behind Nathaniel and Abigail remained active and now considered her a significant enough threat to warrant direct intervention. "We need to increase your security immediately," Reeves insisted. "The exhibition has clearly touched a nerve. They wouldn't have risked sending someone like this unless they were concerned about what you've made public." As security protocols were established around her temporary apartment and the museum, Samantha processed the implications of this escalation. The exhibition had been intended as personal testimony and public education. She hadn't fully anticipated that it might also function as a direct challenge to an organization accustomed to operating in shadows. Sleep proved elusive that night as Samantha replayed the encounter, analyzing the woman's behavior, language, and tactical decisions. She had moved with professional precision, but had made one critical error, underestimating Samantha's immediate recognition of the deception. The mistake suggested that despite having information about the case, Vanessa hadn't fully comprehended how thoroughly Samantha had studied the methodology of impersonation and fraud. Morning brought new developments as facial recognition software identified Vanessa from museum security footage. Agent Chen arrived at Samantha's apartment with a preliminary report. Her real name is Sophia Varney, Hungarian-born, known associate of several international financial crime networks. She's been on Interpol watch lists for over a decade, but has never been arrested. Operates primarily as what intelligence services call a cleaner, who manages problematic situations when operations are compromised. The identification confirmed their assessment that Sophia represented a higher tier of operative than Nathaniel and Abigail, someone deployed only when significant assets or operations were at risk. What exactly was she hoping to accomplish at the exhibition? Samantha wondered. Simple intimidation seems insufficient motivation for exposing someone of her caliber. "We believe she was attempting to assess exactly what information has become public," Chen explained. "The exhibition includes elements the network wouldn't know were in federal possession, particularly the materials you discovered in Nathaniel's office and connections to other victims like the Harringtons." "Information control," Samantha nodded, understanding. They needed to know what secrets have been exposed to recalibrate their operations accordingly. As they discussed implications, Samantha's phone rang with an unknown number. She answered cautiously. "Mrs. Monroe, this is Warden Phillips from the Federal Detention Center. There's been an incident involving your husband. He's asking to speak with you directly." Samantha exchanged glances with Chen before responding. What kind of incident? He appears to have ingested something that's causing a severe reaction. Medical staff are treating him now, but his condition is serious. He's been repeatedly asking for you. The timing, immediately following Sophia Varney's appearance at the exhibition and visit to the detention center, seemed unlikely to be coincidental. This could be another manipulation tactic, Chen cautioned after Samantha explained the call, creating a medical emergency to force contact under circumstances where normal security protocols might be relaxed. Or it could be legitimate, Samantha countered. Perhaps something went wrong with whatever contingency plan Sophia activated during her visit yesterday. After consulting with Reeves, they decided Samantha would go to the detention center with full FBI escort and enhanced security measures. If this was manipulation, they could control the interaction. If legitimate, they might gain valuable information during a moment of crisis when Nathaniel's calculated facade might slip. The detention center's medical unit presented a stark contrast to the sophisticated spaces where Samantha had previously encountered Nathaniel. Harsh fluorescent lighting illuminated a clinical environment where her husband, still legally, though divorce proceedings had begun, lay handcuffed to a hospital bed, an IV in his arm and monitoring equipment tracking his vital signs. His appearance shocked her. The man who had always maintained impeccable presentation, even in prison jumpsuits, now looked genuinely ill, pale, sweating, with dilated pupils and visible tremors. "She said you'd come," he managed, when he saw Samantha enter with agents flanking her protectively. "Always predictable in your compassion." "What happened, Nathaniel?" she asked, maintaining distance from the bed. "And who is Sophia Varney?" A flicker of surprise crossed his face before he masked it. "So you've identified her already? Impressive. She said the exhibition was comprehensive. Why is she here? What was she trying to accomplish?" Nathaniel's laugh transformed into a pained cough. "Damage assessment. Standard protocol when an operation is compromised. The organization needs to know exactly what's been exposed. And your current condition. Another performance, or did something go wrong with whatever she brought you yesterday?" His expression sharpened despite his physical distress. "Always underestimated your perceptiveness. It's what made you such an interesting challenge." He shifted uncomfortably before continuing. "Transfer chemicals, designed to incapacitate temporarily, but create symptoms serious enough to warrant hospital transfer. External extraction team would intercept during movement." The casual admission of an escape attempt stunned everyone in the room. Reeves immediately stepped out to alert security and cancel any planned transfers. "Why are you telling us this?" Samantha asked, suspicious of this unexpected transparency. "Because it's already failed," Nathaniel replied, grimacing as another wave of physical discomfort hit him. Sophia's compromise at the museum accelerated the timeline before proper preparations were complete. Amateur mistake. Now contingency protocols have been activated. Meaning what exactly? Meaning I've become a liability rather than an asset. The chemicals she provided were supposed to create symptoms without actual harm. I suspect the formulation was adjusted. His clinical assessment of his own apparent poisoning was chillingly detached. Agent Chen stepped forward. "If you believe your life is in danger, cooperation would be in your best interest. Full disclosure about the organization, its structure, operations, personnel." Nathaniel's gaze remained fixed on Samantha. "You've already inflicted more damage than you realize. The exhibition, making methodologies public, connecting disparate operations into visible patterns. It's forced the entire network to restructure. Assets are being liquidated, identities abandoned, operations suspended. Then why send Sophia at all? Why attempt extraction if the damage is already done?" "Because I know things that can't be compromised," he replied. "Client lists, financial architecture, command structure. Abigail knows fragments, operational details, local contacts. I know the entire ecosystem." For the first time, Samantha understood Nathaniel's true position in the organization. Not merely a field operative like Abigail, but a manager with comprehensive knowledge of the network's infrastructure. His 9-year operation targeting the Monroe Foundation hadn't just been about financial theft. It had been his masterpiece demonstration of the methodology he had helped design. Medical staff entered to check Nathaniel's deteriorating vitals, temporarily suspending the conversation. While they worked, Reeves confirmed that the detention center had been locked down, all transfers cancelled, and a toxicology team was en route to identify the substance in Nathaniel's system. When they were able to continue, Samantha approached the question that had haunted her since discovering the true nature of their relationship. Was any of it real, Nathaniel? Any moment in 9 years? His expression shifted subtly, something unreadable flickering behind the calculation. Define real, he countered weakly. Was the operational objective real? Yes. Was the methodology systematic? Yes. But human proximity over years creates variables, unexpected responses, unplanned attachments. That's not an answer, Samantha pressed. It's the only one that's true, he replied. The operation was always primary, but there were moments, specific moments, when the boundaries blurred. When you would say or do something unexpected that reached past the operational parameters to something unscripted. The non-answer was itself revealing, suggesting that even now, facing potential death from his own organization's betrayal, Nathaniel remained incapable of genuine emotional clarity. Whether from professional conditioning or fundamental character, he experienced human connection primarily through analytical frameworks rather than emotional authenticity. We need names, Reeves interjected, refocusing the conversation. Key players, organizational structure, financial channels. If what you're saying is true and your own organization has turned against you, cooperation is your only protection. Nathaniel's gaze shifted between Reeves and Samantha, calculation visible despite his physical distress. I need guarantees, witness protection, immunity from certain charges. That's not how this works, Reeves replied firmly. You provide actionable intelligence first. Its value determines what considerations might be possible. Before Nathaniel could respond, medical alarms began sounding as his vital signs destabilized dramatically. Staff rushed in, pushing everyone else back as they worked to counteract whatever substance was causing the rapid deterioration. In the chaotic minutes that followed, Samantha found herself pressed against the wall watching medical professionals fighting to stabilize the man who had systematically deceived her for 9 years. The conflicting emotions were overwhelming. This was someone who had caused immeasurable harm, yet watching any human being suffer triggered instinctive compassion. He's stabilizing, a doctor finally announced, but we need to transfer him to the hospital immediately for more comprehensive treatment. Whatever he's ingested is complex and behaving unpredictably. As they prepared Nathaniel for emergency transfer, he gestured weakly for Samantha to approach. Against security protocol, but with Reeves's reluctant approval, she moved closer to hear his labored words. Master server, Zurich. Account details in Abigail's possession, but she doesn't know it. Florence gallery receipt. Backside. His voice was fading. The collection was always for you, even when it shouldn't have been. Before she could question these cryptic statements, he was being rushed from the room, security personnel surrounding the medical team as they moved toward waiting transport. What did he say? Reeves asked immediately. Samantha repeated the information precisely, though the final personal comment remained puzzling. It sounds like access information is hidden in something connected to Florence, perhaps an art gallery receipt, and Abigail has it without knowing its significance. We need to interview her immediately, Chen determined. If she unknowingly possesses access credentials to their central server, it could be the key to unraveling the entire network. Within hours, Samantha found herself in another sterile room at the women's detention facility where Abigail was being held. Unlike Nathaniel, who had maintained some version of his cultivated persona even in detention, Abigail had adapted completely to her circumstances. Prison-issued clothing, hair pulled back practically, all performative refinement abandoned in favor of straightforward pragmatism. I wondered when you'd come, Abigail said as Samantha entered with Reeves and the prosecutor, especially after Sophia's little appearance at your exhibition. Quite the statement piece, by the way. I heard about it from my attorney. Nathaniel has been poisoned, Samantha stated directly, watching for reaction. It appears your organization has activated contingency protocols to prevent him from becoming a liability. The news visibly shocked Abigail, a rare glimpse of genuine reaction breaking through her composed exterior. That's unexpected, she managed after a moment. Extraction would be standard procedure, not elimination, unless... Her voice trailed off as she processed implications. Unless what? Reeves prompted. Unless the compromise is considered catastrophic rather than merely operational, She completed the thought. Your exhibition and the federal case must have revealed more than we realized. We need information about a Florence gallery receipt, Samantha continued. Nathaniel indicated it contains access credentials for a server in Zurich and that you possess it without knowing its significance. Abigail's expression shifted from surprise to calculation. Florence, we visited several galleries there last year. Her gaze focused on Samantha with new intensity. He said, I have this? That's what he claimed before being rushed to the hospital. Something changed in Abigail's demeanor. A subtle but significant transformation from defensive calculation to active consideration. If what you're saying is true, if they've actually poisoned him rather than attempting extraction, then the organization has made a fundamental calculation about containment versus recovery. Meaning they've decided the potential damage from exposed information outweighs the value of the assets and operatives at risk. She leaned forward, which dramatically changes my own calculation about cooperation. For the next hour, Abigail methodically reviewed her limited possessions currently held in evidence storage, focusing particularly on items from her separate apartment rather than Samantha's home. Eventually, she identified a leather portfolio containing travel documents from their European trip the previous year. Here, she said finally, extracting a small receipt from the Uffizi gallery. This never made sense to me. Nathaniel insisted on keeping the receipt from a small purchase at the gift shop, a reproduction of Botticelli's Primavera that he said reminded him of you. I kept it because it seemed unusual for him to be sentimental. Examination of the receipt revealed nothing obvious until Agent Chen held it under ultraviolet light. Faint markings appeared on the reverse, a complex alphanumeric sequence and what appeared to be server address information. This could be it, Chen confirmed. Access credentials disguised as an ordinary receipt, hiding critical information in plain sight, connected to a seemingly innocent personal moment. The discovery triggered immediate action. FBI cybercrime specialists were contacted to prepare for accessing the server using these credentials, while security around both Nathaniel, now in hospital under guard, and Abigail was further enhanced. I want full cooperation credit for this, Abigail stated firmly, and protection from whatever containment protocols they've activated. If they're willing to eliminate Nathaniel despite his seniority, my position is even more precarious. That depends on what we find on the server, the prosecutor replied, and what additional information you can provide about the organization's structure and operations. Abigail's cooperation seemed motivated by pure self-preservation rather than remorse or ethical reconsideration, a pragmatic pivot when she recognized her former organization had likely abandoned her. Yet her detailed knowledge of operational methodologies made her assistance potentially invaluable, regardless of motivation. As they prepared to leave, Abigail addressed Samantha directly for the first time. Your exhibition, making our methods visible, connecting isolated incidents into recognizable patterns, it's more damaging than you probably realize. These operations depend on targets believing their situations are unique, personal, isolated. By creating a public framework for understanding the methodology, you've compromised the fundamental psychological leverage that makes the approach effective. The observation, though likely intended as manipulation, contained a kernel of insight that resonated with Samantha's curatorial intentions. By transforming private trauma into public discourse, the exhibition functioned as both personal healing and collective protection. Back at the FBI field office, developments unfolded rapidly. Cybercrime specialists had begun accessing the Zurich server using the credentials from the receipt, discovering what appeared to be the central repository of the organization's operational documentation. Simultaneously, Nathaniel had stabilized at the hospital, but remained in critical condition, unable to provide further information. As the scope of the discovery became clear, federal agencies from multiple jurisdictions converged on the investigation. What had begun as Samantha's personal betrayal had expanded into one of the most significant financial crime investigations in recent history, a multinational operation targeting cultural institutions and philanthropic foundations worldwide. The server contains operational files on over 40 separate targets, Reeves reported during an emergency briefing. Museums, foundations, endowments, cultural heritage organizations, all selected for their combination of substantial assets and limited security infrastructure. The total potential theft would have exceeded $800 million if all operations had been successful. The scale was staggering, not isolated criminal activity, but systematic predation on institutions dedicated to cultural preservation and education. Organizations that existed to benefit society had been specifically targeted because their mission-driven focus made them particularly vulnerable to sophisticated deception. There's something else, Chen added. Documentation suggesting financial backing from certain private equity groups that appear to specialize in acquiring distressed cultural assets. The pattern suggests these firms may have been financing the criminal operations with the expectation of then rescuing the victimized institutions through acquisition once their finances were compromised. This additional layer revealed something even more disturbing, not just theft, but a deliberate strategy to undermine cultural institutions in order to acquire their assets at reduced valuations. The implications extended beyond financial crime into questions about the preservation of cultural heritage and educational resources. As the investigation expanded exponentially, Samantha found herself in the unusual position of having her personal experience become the entry point for understanding a global criminal enterprise. Prosecutors, financial crimes specialists, and cultural institution security experts all sought her insights into the methodology she had documented so comprehensively in her exhibition. 3 days after the server discovery, Samantha received news that transformed her understanding of events yet again. Nathaniel Monroe had died in the hospital, never having regained sufficient stability to provide additional information. Toxicology had identified a sophisticated compound specifically designed to create symptoms of natural organ failure while leaving minimal evidence of poisoning. The news created complex emotions, not conventional grief for a loved one, but a complicated reckoning with the finality of never getting complete answers, never fully understanding the man who had shared her life while systematically deceiving her. "I'm sorry," Victoria Harrington said simply when Samantha called her with the news. "Not for him, but for you. This removes any possibility of the closure that comes from complete answers." "I'm not sure complete answers were ever possible with Nathaniel," Samantha replied after consideration. "Even in extremis, he remained calculated, strategic. I doubt he was capable of the kind of emotional clarity I might have wanted." The observation reflected Samantha's evolving understanding of the person Nathaniel actually was, not the husband she had believed she knew, but someone whose fundamental relationship with truth and human connection had been profoundly different from what she had perceived. Later that week, as the exhibition continued attracting record crowds and media attention, the full impact of the server discovery began reverberating through international financial and cultural communities. Institutions identified as targets were notified, security protocols at major foundations were enhanced, and financial regulatory bodies began examining the private equity firms implicated in backing the criminal network. Continental Trust, facing catastrophic reputational damage from Nathaniel's position within their organization, announced a complete restructuring of their compliance and security divisions, along with the establishment of a substantial fund to assist cultural institutions in enhancing their financial security measures. The gesture, while clearly motivated by damage control, nonetheless represented tangible resources for preventing similar vulnerabilities in the future. Amidst these developments, Samantha received an unexpected communication from the museum where her exhibition was being presented. Requests from other major institutions in New York, Chicago, and San Francisco to host the exhibition after its Boston run concluded. What had begun as a personal testimony had evolved into a traveling educational resource that cultural organizations saw as valuable for their own protection. "They want to expand the scope," Director Chen explained during their meeting about the requests, "to incorporate information from the broader investigation, creating a comprehensive examination of how cultural institutions can identify and prevent such targeting in the future." The proposition represented an opportunity to transform the exhibition from primarily personal testimony into a more broadly educational platform, to extend its impact beyond Samantha's individual experience towards systematic protection of cultural resources. "I'll need partners from security and financial compliance backgrounds," Samantha considered, "and input from other victims willing to share their experiences. This shouldn't be just my story anymore, but a collaborative resource. As she began conceptualizing this expanded approach, Samantha also confronted practical questions about her personal future. The brownstone remained unsold, too laden with memories of deception to reclaim as her home. The foundation required restructured governance and enhanced security protocols. Her professional identity as a curator had been fundamentally shaped by these experiences in ways that would influence all future work. On a rainy afternoon 6 weeks after the exhibition opening, Samantha met with Eleanor Prescott to discuss the foundation's future. "The financial recovery is nearly complete," Eleanor reported. "The FBI's Financial Crimes Unit has traced and recovered approximately 93% of the diverted assets. The remaining gap has been covered by Continental Trust's settlement, which also funds the enhanced security measures we've implemented." "And the grant recipients?" Samantha asked, her primary concern being the educational programs and scholarships that had nearly been casualties of the theft. "All funding has been maintained without interruption. In fact, the publicity surrounding the case has generated new donor interest in the Foundation's mission. Several major contributors have specifically cited your response to the crisis as motivation for their support. The Foundation's resilience represented a significant victory, not just recovery from near catastrophe, but actual strengthening through the process of responding to crisis. What Nathaniel and Abigail had intended to destroy had instead been reinforced, its mission more visible and valued than before. I've been considering structural changes to the Foundation's governance," Samantha explained, outlining her emerging vision. "Moving from individual trustee authority to a balanced board structure with distributed oversight responsibilities. The concentration of control in a single trustee, even when that trustee is well-intentioned, creates vulnerability." The proposed restructuring reflected her evolving understanding of institutional security, that systems overly dependent on individual trustworthiness were inherently vulnerable regardless of the specific individuals involved. Through her traumatic experience, she had gained insights into creating more resilient structures that could withstand both external predation and internal compromise. As legal proceedings against Abigail and the identified network associates continued advancing toward trial, media interest in Samantha's story remained intense. She had initially declined all interview requests, preferring to let the exhibition speak for itself. But as the broader implications of the case became clear, she recognized the potential value of thoughtfully presented public testimony. Working with carefully selected journalists from respected publications, Samantha began sharing her experience and insights, not as sensationalized personal drama, but as educational case study in recognizing and responding to sophisticated deception. Each interview focused not on the betrayal itself, but on the methodologies used, the warning signs that became visible in retrospect, and the systematic vulnerabilities exploited. One particular interview with The Atlantic evolved into a comprehensive examination of trust, deception, and institutional vulnerability in contemporary society. Rather than portraying Samantha simply as a victim, the resulting article presented her as an authority on a particular type of sophisticated predation, someone whose direct experience had generated valuable expertise. "You've undergone a remarkable transformation," the journalist observed during their conversation. "From target to expert, from victim to educator. I'm not sure those transitions are as distinct as they might appear," Samantha replied after consideration. "My expertise comes directly from my victimization. They're not separate experiences, but different dimensions of the same fundamental reality. I was both target and student, simultaneously experiencing the methodology and learning to analyze it. This integration of traumatic experience with professional analysis characterized Samantha's emerging approach to her situation, neither denying the emotional impact of betrayal nor allowing it to overshadow the intellectual understanding she had developed through the process. As the expanded exhibition prepared to open in New York, incorporating new elements from the broader investigation, Samantha received word that Abigail had finalized a comprehensive cooperation agreement with federal prosecutors. In exchange for detailed testimony about the network's operations, financial backing, and leadership structure, she would receive significant sentencing considerations, potentially reducing her prison term to 7 years, with specific security provisions to protect her from organizational retaliation. The deal, while pragmatically necessary for dismantling the broader criminal enterprise, nonetheless represented an incomplete form of justice from the perspective of individual victims. Samantha struggled with her response to this development, recognizing the tension between her personal desire for Abigail to face maximum consequences and the broader societal benefit of her cooperation in preventing future victimization. "It's never a perfect resolution in these complex cases," Agent Reeves acknowledged when they discussed the cooperation agreement. But her testimony has already led to the identification of 3 senior network operators and freezing of accounts worth over $200 million. The preventive impact may ultimately outweigh the reduced punishment. This tension between individual justice and collective protection became a central theme in the expanded exhibition, an honest acknowledgement that responses to sophisticated crime rarely produced the clean moral resolution that victims might naturally desire. Sometimes the most effective interventions prioritize prevention of future harm over perfect accountability for past actions. On the eve of the New York opening, Samantha stood alone in the Metropolitan Museum's contemporary gallery space, surveying the expanded installation. What had begun as her personal testimony had evolved into a collaborative examination of systematic vulnerability and resilience, incorporating perspectives from multiple victims, security experts, financial analysts, and cultural preservation specialists. The exhibition now featured a powerful concluding section titled "Beyond Recovery," that documented not just the identification and disruption of criminal methodology, but the construction of more resilient systems designed to protect cultural resources for future generations. As she made final adjustments to the display, Samantha reflected on the extraordinary journey from that October evening when she had returned home early to find Abigail in her kitchen. In just 6 months, her life had been completely transformed. Marriage ended, home abandoned, professional focus radically shifted, public identity fundamentally altered. Yet amid this comprehensive disruption, something unexpected had emerged, a clarity of purpose and authenticity of engagement that felt more genuine than the life that had been destroyed. The fragments of deception, carefully examined and thoughtfully reassembled, had created something with its own integrity and meaning. The following morning, standing before assembled press and museum patrons at the exhibition opening, Samantha articulated this perspective in her brief remarks. What began as personal devastation has evolved into collective protection. The methodologies designed to isolate and silence victims have been exposed and thereby weakened. The vulnerabilities exploited by sophisticated predators have been identified and addressed. And perhaps most importantly, the experiences previously suffered in isolation have been connected into patterns that allow us to recognize and respond to similar attempts in the future. This exhibition does not offer the satisfaction of complete resolution or perfect justice. The nature of sophisticated deception is that its full extent often remains partially obscured. Its perpetrators sometimes elude comprehensive accountability. Its emotional impact continues reverberating long after the deception itself has been exposed. What we can offer instead is a framework for understanding, a community of recognition, and practical tools for protection. From the fragments of deception, we have constructed something with its own authenticity and value, not a restoration of what was lost, but the creation of something entirely new. As applause filled the gallery, Samantha surveyed the diverse audience, fellow victims finding connection through shared experience, institution leaders seeking protection for their organizations, law enforcement gaining insights into criminal methodology, and ordinary citizens developing awareness of manipulation tactics that pervaded contemporary society. The exhibition represented neither the end of her journey nor complete resolution of its challenges. The criminal network, though significantly disrupted, continued operating in adapted forms. The legal proceedings against identified perpetrators would extend for years. Her personal recovery remained ongoing, with aspects of the betrayal still revealing themselves in unexpected moments of reflection. Yet something fundamental had shifted in Samantha's relationship to these ongoing challenges. Where once she had been the unwitting target of sophisticated manipulation, she now moved through the world with heightened awareness and purpose. The exhibition embodied this transformation, not simply documenting what had been done to her, but showcasing what she had created from that experience. As visitors moved through the carefully constructed narrative of deception and discovery, Samantha noticed a particular demographic engaging deeply with the material. Representatives from museums, foundations, educational endowments, and cultural preservation organizations. They studied the methodologies documented, took extensive notes on warning signs, and engaged staff members with detailed questions about preventative measures. We've already received implementation requests from 17 institutions, the Metropolitan Security Director informed her during a brief conversation. They want to integrate your detection frameworks into their training protocols for financial and administrative staff. This practical impact, tangible protection for organizations dedicated to cultural and educational missions, brought Samantha a sense of resolution that legal proceedings alone could never provide. The foundation she had fought to protect was now helping to shield other institutions from similar predation. Later that evening, at a small reception following the successful opening, Victoria and Richard Harrington approached with a proposal that would further extend this protective mission. We've been discussing a collaborative initiative, Victoria explained, a formal alliance of cultural institutions specifically focused on financial security and fraud prevention. The Harrington Foundation would provide initial funding, but we'd need someone with both curatorial expertise and first-hand understanding of these specific vulnerabilities to develop and implement the framework. Someone like you, Richard added directly. Your unique combination of professional background and personal experience makes you ideally positioned to lead such an effort. The proposition represented an unexpected evolution of Samantha's professional path, from curator of art to curator of institutional protection, from preserving cultural artifacts to preserving the organizations that housed them. It would mean relocating to New York, Victoria continued. We've identified space at Columbia University, which has agreed to house the initiative within their arts administration program. The academic affiliation would provide additional resources and credibility. As Samantha considered the opportunity, she recognized that it offered something beyond professional advancement or even meaningful purpose. It represented the possibility of complete reclamation, transforming the most traumatic experience of her life into the foundation for work that might prevent countless others from suffering similar predation. I'll need time to consider the details, she replied, but conceptually, this aligns perfectly with where my thoughts have been heading. The exhibition was never meant to be merely documentary. It was always intended as a starting point for more comprehensive protection. The conversation continued, exploring potential structures and approaches for the proposed initiative. Throughout, Samantha found herself engaged not as a victim sharing her experience, but as an expert contributing specialized knowledge, a subtle but significant distinction that reflected her personal evolution. Later that night, alone in her hotel room overlooking Central Park, Samantha reviewed the day's events with a sense of cautious optimism. The exhibition opening had succeeded beyond expectations. The Harringtons' proposal offered an intriguing new direction, and the ongoing investigation continued making progress in dismantling the criminal network that had targeted her. Yet amid these positive developments, she remained acutely aware of unresolved elements. Nathaniel's death without full explanation, Abigail's reduced sentence through cooperation, the network's likely adaptation rather than complete elimination. The narrative remained messier and more complex than any exhibition could fully capture. Her phone chimed with a message from Agent Reeves. Server analysis complete. Found something you should see. Can meet tomorrow morning. The cryptic message reminded her that the investigation continued revealing new dimensions of the deception she had experienced. Each discovery brought both clarification and fresh complexity, answers that generated new questions in an ongoing process of revelation. Morning brought Reeves and Chen to her hotel, carrying secured tablets containing information too sensitive for email or phone discussion. The cybercrime unit completed deep analysis of the Zurich server, Reeves explained. Among encrypted files, they discovered a folder labeled Monroe Assessment, containing detailed psychological profiles created during your targeting. Chen handed Samantha the tablet, continuing the explanation. Most of these appear to be Nathaniel's work, analytical assessments of your responses to various situations, evaluations of emotional patterns, vulnerability mapping, standard operational documentation we've seen in other targets' files. However, Reeves added. There were also private notes never shared with the broader network, comments, observations, and what appear to be personal reflections that deviated from operational protocols. Samantha scrolled through the materials, finding the clinical operational assessments disturbingly familiar from previous discoveries. But interspersed among these were indeed more personal notations, moments where Nathaniel's analytical framework seemed to falter when confronted with her actual humanity. One entry from approximately 5 years into their marriage caught her attention. Target demonstrated unexpected response to Family Foundation applicant's situation, emotional investment disproportionate to strategic value, resulting in allocation of resources against operational recommendations. This pattern of empathetic override continues presenting operational complications. Standard manipulation vectors prove inconsistently effective when competing with authentic value commitments. Personal note: the integrity of certain core values appears non-negotiable regardless of approach. This resistance to influence on specific principles while remaining vulnerable in other domains suggests a complexity not adequately captured in initial targeting assessment. Question for consideration: when systematic resistance to manipulation centers on authentic values rather than suspicious nature, does this represent operational failure or a form of integrity worthy of recognition? The notation revealed something Samantha had wondered about throughout the investigation: whether Nathaniel had ever recognized the fundamental humanity he was exploiting, whether any aspect of their interaction had penetrated his operational framework. There are dozens of these personal notes, Chen explained, moments where he seems to be struggling with the disconnect between operational objectives and his actual experience of you as a person rather than a target. Does this change anything about the case? Samantha asked, her professional focus remaining primary despite the personal implications. Not legally, Reeves confirmed. The operational intent and actions remain clear, regardless of any internal conflicts he may have experienced. But we thought you should know. It provides a more complex picture of the person behind the deception. After they departed, Samantha spent hours reviewing these private notations, not seeking redemptive elements that might mitigate Nathaniel's actions, but trying to understand the full complexity of what had occurred. The notes revealed someone capable of recognizing authentic humanity, while simultaneously exploiting it, a person who could acknowledge value and integrity while working methodically to undermine it. This final insight completed something important in Samantha's understanding of her experience. The deception she had suffered wasn't simply the action of a one-dimensional villain, but the product of a complex person capable of recognizing truth while choosing to violate it, of seeing authentic value while deciding to exploit it. This understanding didn't diminish the betrayal, but placed it within a more nuanced human context. That evening, Samantha incorporated this final revelation into her decision regarding the Harringtons' proposal. The complexity she had discovered in Nathaniel's private reflections reinforced her conviction that protection required more than simple awareness of criminal methodology. It demanded deeper understanding of the human capacities for both deception and recognition, exploitation and insight. She called Victoria with her decision. I'd like to accept the position and help develop the initiative, but I want to ensure our approach acknowledges the full complexity of these situations, not just the mechanics of deception, but the human dimensions that make it both possible and preventable. That aligns perfectly with our thinking, Victoria replied. Simple mechanical preventions will always be vulnerable to sophisticated adaptation. Real protection requires developing human capacities for discernment alongside technical safeguards. As the New York exhibition continued attracting record attendance, Samantha began preliminary work on the new initiative while continuing to support the ongoing investigation and prosecution. The fragments of her shattered life were assembling into an unexpected new configuration, not restoring what was lost but creating something that would not have been possible without the transformative experience of betrayal and recovery. 3 months after Nathaniel's death, as Abigail's cooperation continued yielding actionable intelligence about the criminal network, Samantha received notification that the brownstone in Boston had finally sold. The proceeds would be directed partially to the foundation and partially to funding the new security initiative, transforming the physical space of betrayal into resources for protection. On her final visit to the property before the new owners took possession, Samantha stood in the kitchen, where she had first encountered Abigail. The space had been professionally staged for sale, bearing no resemblance to either the home she had created or the transformed environment Abigail had established during her occupation. The neutral, impersonal presentation seemed an appropriate final state for a place that had contained such extremes of deception and revelation. As she prepared to leave for the last time, Samantha reflected on the extraordinary journey that had begun in this kitchen 6 months earlier. What had started with personal betrayal had expanded into institutional protection. What had begun as individual trauma had evolved into collective resilience. The sophisticated deception that had nearly destroyed her had ultimately revealed strengths she hadn't known she possessed: analytical clarity, emotional resilience, and the capacity to transform devastating experience into constructive purpose. As she closed the door on the brownstone for the final time, Samantha carried with her not just the painful knowledge of betrayal, but the hard-won wisdom of recovery. The fragments of deception had been reassembled into something new, not a restoration of what was lost, but the creation of something with its own authentic purpose and value. The criminals had targeted her precisely because of her connection to cultural preservation and education. Now, through the transformed understanding that their deception had inadvertently created, she would help ensure that such institutions developed resilience against similar predation in the future. From the fragments of sophisticated deception, Samantha Monroe had constructed something they never anticipated: a framework for recognition, an architecture of protection, and a personal resilience that transformed their greatest weapon, deception itself, into a tool for preventing future victimization. As she stepped into the Boston afternoon, leaving the brownstone behind for the final time, Samantha felt neither the sharp pain of raw betrayal nor the illusory comfort of complete resolution. Instead, she experienced something more nuanced and sustainable: a clear-eyed determination to move forward, carrying both the knowledge of human capacity for deception and the equal certainty of our ability to transform even the most sophisticated betrayal into something genuine, valuable, and ultimately protective of what matters most. 1 year after the night Samantha returned home to find Abigail in her kitchen, she stood at the center of the Guggenheim Spiral Gallery, surrounded by the culmination of her journey. Fragments of deception, patterns of predation, had become the most successful traveling exhibition in recent memory, having moved from Boston to New York, Chicago, and now completing its domestic tour in San Francisco before planned international installations in London, Paris, and Tokyo. What had begun as a personal testimony had evolved into a comprehensive examination of sophisticated deception across multiple domains: financial, emotional, institutional, and cultural. The exhibition no longer focused solely on Samantha's experience, but incorporated documented cases from dozens of victims, creating a powerful collective narrative about recognition, resilience, and recovery. "It's transformed completely since Boston," observed museum director Elaine Chen, who had traveled from Boston to attend the San Francisco opening. "You've created something entirely new from the original concept." "The exhibition evolved because my understanding evolved," Samantha replied, surveying the spiral of carefully constructed installations rising through the Guggenheim's iconic architecture. Each new revelation about the case, each conversation with other victims, each institutional response has added dimensions I couldn't have anticipated when we began. The central concept remained consistent, using documented evidence of sophisticated deception to create frameworks for recognition and protection, but the scope had expanded dramatically, incorporating international dimensions of the criminal network revealed through ongoing investigations and prosecutions. The legal proceedings had progressed substantially over the past year, with varying outcomes that reflected the complex nature of sophisticated financial crimes. Nathaniel's death had closed direct proceedings against him, though his documented actions remained central to the broader RICO prosecution of the network. Abigail's cooperation agreement had been finalized, resulting in a 10-year sentence with possibility of reduction based on the continuing value of her testimony against higher-level operators. More significantly, the server information had led to the identification and indictment of 27 additional network members across 9 countries, including 6 senior operators and 3 financial backers from prominent private equity firms. Coordinated international law enforcement operations had frozen over $340 million in criminal assets, with restitution proceedings underway to return funds to victimized institutions. The Monroe Foundation had not only recovered from its near destruction, but had emerged strengthened through the implementation of distributed governance structures and enhanced security protocols that Samantha had designed based on her unique perspective as both target and investigator. Under its restructured leadership, a balanced board including both Monroe family representatives and independent experts, the foundation had expanded its mission to include specific support for cultural institutions, improving their financial security practices. Continental Trust Bank, facing both regulatory scrutiny and civil litigation from multiple clients who had been compromised through Nathaniel's position, had undergone comprehensive restructuring of its compliance and security divisions. As part of their settlement with the Monroe Foundation, they had established a dedicated cultural institution security fund that partnered with Samantha's new initiative at Columbia University. The media narrative had evolved as well, moving from initial sensationalized coverage of personal betrayal toward more substantive examination of the systemic vulnerabilities that enabled such sophisticated predation. Prestigious publications had produced investigative series exploring how cultural and philanthropic institutions, often operating with limited administrative resources and security infrastructure, had become prime targets for complex financial crimes. Samantha's personal journey had paralleled these broader developments, a process of reclaiming not just financial assets, but personal identity and purpose from the wreckage of systematic deception. The sale of the Boston brownstone had provided both symbolic closure and practical resources for her new direction. Her relocation to New York to lead the Cultural Institution Security Initiative at Columbia University had created physical distance from the sites of betrayal and fresh context for her evolved professional focus. The San Francisco installation incorporates elements we haven't seen before, noted a curator from the Getty Museum who was touring the exhibition before its opening. Particularly this section on recognition frameworks and pattern interruption strategies. Those represent our newest research, Samantha explained. We've been developing practical tools for institutions to identify targeting patterns in their earliest stages and implement interventions before vulnerability can be exploited. The methodologies are based on documented cases from the past 2 years, including several attempts that were successfully interrupted before significant damage occurred. The practical impact of her work had become increasingly evident as cultural institutions implemented the protective frameworks developed through her initiative. 3 major targeting operations had been identified and disrupted in the past 6 months alone. Potential catastrophes transformed into case studies for further protection. Each successful intervention reinforced the core principle that recognition was the most effective form of prevention when confronting sophisticated deception. As final preparations for the opening gala continued around them, Samantha took a moment for private reflection in a quiet corner of the gallery. The past year had been extraordinary by any measure. Intense, demanding, transformative. The woman who had stood frozen in shock upon discovering Abigail in her kitchen had evolved into someone with entirely different orientation to the world, different understanding of both vulnerability and resilience, different appreciation for the complex interplay between deception and authenticity in human experience. Victoria Harrington approached, having arrived early to preview the installation before the evening's formal opening. Over the past year, she had become both colleague and friend, their shared experience of sophisticated targeting, creating a foundation for genuine connection that had developed into mutual respect and affection. "It's remarkable," Victoria observed, gesturing toward the spiral of exhibits rising through the museum's central space. "When Richard and I first proposed the security initiative, we never imagined it would generate something with this cultural impact." "I didn't either," Samantha acknowledged. "I thought we were creating practical security protocols for institutions. I didn't anticipate how the exploration of deception would resonate so broadly with public concerns about authenticity and trust." The exhibition had indeed touched something in the contemporary zeitgeist, a growing awareness of sophisticated manipulation across multiple domains, from personal relationships to democratic processes. Visitors often commented that the documented methodologies of financial predation illuminated patterns they recognized in political messaging, digital marketing, and media manipulation. "Have you seen the attendance projections for the international installations?" Victoria asked. "London and Paris are already fully booked for the first 3 weeks. Tokyo has created a specialized educational program for financial and cultural institutions to accompany the exhibition." The global expansion reflected growing recognition that sophisticated deception transcended national boundaries, requiring coordinated frameworks for identification and response. The criminal network that had targeted Samantha and others had operated internationally. Effective protection similarly required cross-border collaboration and knowledge sharing. As opening time approached, Samantha retreated to prepare for her formal remarks. The San Francisco exhibition represented the most complete expression of her evolved understanding, not just documenting what had happened to her personally, but illuminating the broader patterns that made such predation possible and providing practical tools for recognition and prevention. The gala opening attracted an extraordinary cross-section of cultural leaders, security professionals, and public figures interested in the intersection of financial protection and cultural preservation. Museum directors mingled with cybersecurity specialists, foundation trustees engaged with fraud investigators, artists conversed with financial regulators, creating precisely the interdisciplinary connections needed to address complex contemporary threats. When the time came for her formal address, Samantha approached the podium with a sense of purpose that had emerged gradually through her year-long journey from victim to authority, from target to protector. "Welcome to Fragments of Deception, Patterns of Predation," she began, surveying the attentive audience. "This exhibition represents a collective effort to transform private trauma into public protection, to convert isolated experiences of sophisticated deception into shared frameworks for recognition and resilience. 1 year ago, I experienced a devastating personal betrayal that revealed itself as part of a global criminal enterprise targeting cultural and philanthropic institutions. What began as my individual tragedy has evolved into a collaborative initiative protecting organizations dedicated to preserving our cultural heritage and educational resources. This exhibition documents not just what happened to me and others like me, but what we've learned through our experiences, about the methodologies of sophisticated deception, about the particular vulnerabilities of mission-driven organizations, and most importantly, about our capacity to transform devastating betrayal into effective protection. The journey represented in these galleries is not one of simple resolution or perfect justice. Some perpetrators have died without full accountability. Others have received reduced sentences in exchange for cooperation. Many remain unidentified, adapting their methodologies based on what has been exposed. The narrative of sophisticated deception rarely concludes with neat moral clarity or complete closure. What we can achieve, however, is increasingly effective recognition and response. Each documented pattern of predation becomes a resource for preventing future victimization. Each exposed methodology loses power through visibility. Each shared experience of betrayal and recovery contributes to collective resilience. As you move through this exhibition, you will encounter documented evidence of extraordinary deception, psychological manipulation, identity fabrication, emotional exploitation, financial predation. But you will also discover tools for recognition, frameworks for protection, and perhaps most importantly, testimony to the human capacity for transformation in the face of profound betrayal. The fragments of deception documented here have been reassembled into something with its own authentic purpose and value, not a restoration of what was lost, but the creation of something new that serves cultural preservation rather than predation. Her remarks continued, acknowledging the many collaborators and institutions that had contributed to the exhibition and the broader security initiative it represented. As she concluded, Samantha observed that the audience response reflected the evolution in how her story was received, not merely as a sensational tale of personal betrayal, but as a substantive contribution to institutional protection and cultural preservation. Following the formal opening, Samantha circulated among guests, engaging with museum directors implementing security protocols, foundation trustees reassessing governance structures, and security professionals integrating cultural understanding into their technical approaches. These conversations represented exactly the cross-pollination of expertise she had hoped to facilitate, breaking down silos between domains to create more comprehensive protection. Your work has already changed how we approach security at our institution, the director of a major contemporary art museum told her. We've implemented the vulnerability assessment framework you developed, and it identified 3 potential issues we'd never considered. Similar testimonials came from foundation executives, university endowment managers, and cultural heritage administrators, all reporting practical applications of the methodologies developed through Samantha's initiative. The exhibition was generating not just awareness, but actionable change in how institutions protected themselves against sophisticated predation. Late in the evening, FBI Special Agent Reeves arrived, having flown from Washington, where he now led a specialized unit focused on crimes targeting cultural and educational institutions, a division established partly in response to the case that had begun with Samantha's discovery. "Congratulations," he said, surveying the crowded gallery. "When I met you a year ago, I don't think either of us could have imagined this outcome." "I certainly couldn't have," Samantha acknowledged. "I was simply trying to understand what had happened to me and protect my family's foundation. This broader impact wasn't something I could envision in those early days." "That's often how the most significant contributions emerge," Reeves observed. "Not through grand initial visions, but through persistent engagement with complex challenges." He updated her on the ongoing international investigation, which continued yielding new connections and exposing additional operations. 3 more senior network members had been identified in recent months, including one with diplomatic immunity that complicated prosecution efforts. Financial forensics had traced additional assets to offshore accounts, with recovery proceedings underway in multiple jurisdictions. "The network is severely compromised, but not eliminated," Reeves explained. "They're adapting their methodologies based on what's been exposed, changing targeting criteria, implementing new communication protocols, restructuring financial channels. But your work has forced them into increasingly difficult operational constraints. The pattern recognition frameworks you've developed make their traditional approaches much less viable." This ongoing adaptation reflected the reality Samantha had come to understand through her work, that protection against sophisticated deception wasn't achieved through single interventions or permanent solutions, but through continuous evolution of recognition capabilities. As predatory methodologies adapted, protective frameworks needed corresponding advancement. "We've identified what appears to be a new targeting pattern," Reeves continued. "Rather than focusing on individual trustees or directors with access to substantial assets, they're now approaching mid-level staff responsible for digital security implementation. It's more technical, less personal, exploiting system vulnerabilities rather than human relationships." "That shift makes sense," Samantha noted. "Once the relationship-based methodology was exposed, its effectiveness diminished dramatically. They're moving toward approaches that haven't been as thoroughly documented." This evolution in criminal methodology reinforced the need for the interdisciplinary approach Samantha had been developing, combining psychological insight, financial expertise, technical knowledge, and cultural understanding to create comprehensive protection that could adapt as threats evolved. As the evening concluded and guests departed, Samantha took a final private tour through the exhibition with Victoria and Richard Harrington, reflecting on the journey represented in each carefully curated installation. "There's something powerfully transformative about this," Richard observed, "not just in documenting what happened, but in how it's been reconstructed into something entirely different from what the perpetrators intended." "That's been my personal experience as well," Samantha acknowledged. "The deception was designed to isolate and exploit, to extract value and leave devastation. But through the process of investigation, documentation, and reconstruction, it's become a resource for connection and protection instead." This transformation, from exploitation to protection, from isolation to connection, represented the core achievement of Samantha's journey over the past year. The very experiences that might have destroyed her had instead become the foundation for work that was preserving cultural institutions and protecting others from similar predation. Later that night, alone in her hotel suite overlooking San Francisco Bay, Samantha reviewed correspondence from her assistant regarding the upcoming London installation. The international expansion represented both practical extension of protective resources and symbolic reclamation of narrative control. The criminal network had operated globally, the response would similarly transcend national boundaries. Among the messages was an update from Eleanor Prescott regarding the Monroe Foundation's latest initiatives: expansion of arts education programs in underserved communities, enhanced scholarship opportunities for first-generation college students, and new funding for museums implementing educational access programs. The Foundation's core mission was thriving, its impact expanding despite the attempt to destroy it through sophisticated predation. This continuation and expansion of her family's philanthropic legacy represented a profound form of justice, not merely punitive consequences for perpetrators, but affirmative preservation of the values and resources they had attempted to exploit. While the legal proceedings against network members remained important, the Foundation's flourishing mission constituted an equally significant form of accountability. Another message contained the latest victim impact statements submitted for Abigail's upcoming sentencing review. Samantha had coordinated with other targets to ensure their experiences were documented for the court's consideration, providing comprehensive perspective on the human consequences of what prosecutors classified as non-violent financial crimes. The statements powerfully illustrated how such sophisticated deception caused profound harm beyond measurable financial loss, destroying trust, undermining security, and disabling confident engagement with the world. Samantha had submitted her own updated statement, focusing not on punitive desires, but on ensuring the court understood the full dimensions of harm caused by sophisticated emotional and financial predation. Her evolving perspective recognized that justice involved both appropriate consequences for perpetrators and meaningful restoration for those harmed. Neither element alone constituted complete resolution. The following morning brought news that expanded her understanding yet again. Agent Chen called to report that forensic analysis of additional servers had revealed communications suggesting Nathaniel's death may not have been the straightforward poisoning they had assumed. Evidence indicated complex negotiations between network factions about his handling after capture, some advocating elimination to prevent cooperation, others arguing for extraction attempts, still others suggesting his knowledge was too valuable to lose regardless of risk. "The picture that's emerging is more complicated," Chen explained. "It appears Nathaniel may have been caught between competing interests within the organization. Some wanted him eliminated as a liability, while others considered him too valuable to sacrifice. The substance he ingested may have been intended as temporary incapacitation for extraction that was incorrectly formulated, possibly deliberately by those favoring elimination." This new information added yet another layer of complexity to Samantha's understanding of what had happened. Even Nathaniel, who had exercised such calculated control in his deception, had ultimately been caught in operational conflicts beyond his management. The man who had systematically manipulated her life had himself been subject to organizational forces he couldn't fully control. The revelation reinforced something Samantha had been exploring in her work with cultural institutions: that sophisticated deception created vulnerability not just for targets, but ultimately for perpetrators as well. Systems built on manipulation and exploitation generated instability that eventually compromised everyone involved, including those who designed and implemented them. As she prepared for the day's events at the museum, Samantha integrated this new understanding into her evolving perspective. The narrative continued, revealing additional dimensions even a year later. Neither the neat resolution of conventional justice nor the absolute uncertainty of complete ambiguity, but a gradually expanding comprehension that acknowledged both definitive evidence and remaining questions. The exhibition's final American installation attracted record attendance throughout its San Francisco run, with specialized tours for cultural institution administrators, foundation trustees, financial security professionals, and law enforcement representatives. Each group engaged with different aspects of the material, finding relevant applications for their particular domains, while contributing perspectives that enriched the overall understanding. Beyond institutional applications, the exhibition generated significant public discourse about contemporary vulnerability to sophisticated deception across multiple contexts. Visitors frequently commented that the documented methodologies illuminated patterns they recognized in political messaging, digital marketing, relationship manipulation, and media distortion, suggesting broader relevance beyond the specific financial crimes documented. This expanded impact reflected something Samantha had come to understand through her work, that the capacity to recognize sophisticated deception constituted a fundamental form of contemporary literacy essential across domains. The frameworks developed for protecting cultural institutions had applications in personal relationships, civic engagement, media consumption, and digital interaction. As the San Francisco installation concluded and preparations for the international tour accelerated, Samantha received an unexpected communication, a letter from Abigail Tatum, sent through her attorney as permitted by the terms of her incarceration. Mrs. Monroe, my attorney has kept me informed about the exhibition and security initiative you've developed. While our perspectives obviously differ regarding what occurred between us, I find myself professionally impressed by what you've created from the experience. The recognition frameworks you've developed are remarkably comprehensive. The pattern interruption strategies demonstrate sophisticated understanding of operational vulnerabilities. The integrated approach combining psychological, financial, and technical dimensions represents an evolution beyond conventional security models. In our field, we would classify this as converting target strengths into operational vulnerabilities. You've transformed the very qualities that made you an effective target: your analytical precision, your conceptual integration, your communication clarity, into the foundation for systematic protection against the methodologies used against you. This letter isn't an attempt at reconciliation or absolution. We both understand the reality of what occurred and my role in it. Rather, it represents professional acknowledgement of exceptional work from someone who recognizes its technical merit, despite standing on the opposing side of its purpose. Your exhibition and initiative have effectively compromised operational methodologies refined over decades. That accomplishment warrants recognition even from those who regret its impact on their professional domain. Abigail Tatum. The letter's calculated tone and framing were entirely consistent with Abigail's approach throughout their interaction, presenting criminal predation as professional methodology, positioning herself as technical specialist rather than exploitative perpetrator, and attempting to establish intellectual connection despite moral opposition. Even from prison, she maintained the persona of sophisticated operator rather than admitted criminal. Yet beneath the calculated self-presentation, Samantha recognized something genuine. Abigail's assessment of the exhibition's effectiveness was technically accurate. The recognition frameworks and protection strategies had indeed compromised operational methodologies that had previously succeeded for decades. This acknowledgement, however self-interested, confirmed the practical impact of work that had emerged from Samantha's traumatic experience. Rather than responding directly, Samantha included the letter in the exhibition's final section on perpetrator perspectives, a controversial but important element that examined how sophisticated financial predators conceptualize their activities and rationalize their actions. Understanding these perspectives, however disturbing, provided valuable insight for developing effective protection. As preparation for the international tour intensified, Samantha found herself reflecting on the extraordinary journey of the past year. The woman who had stood frozen in shock upon discovering Abigail in her kitchen had evolved into someone with entirely different relationship to vulnerability and resilience, different understanding of both deception and authenticity, different conception of justice and restoration. The foundation that had nearly been destroyed now operated with enhanced mission and impact. The exhibition that had begun as personal testimony had evolved into institutional protection. The trauma that might have defined her had instead become the catalyst for work that preserved cultural resources for future generations. This transformation hadn't followed a smooth, linear trajectory. There had been setbacks, complications, and continued revelations that required integration into an ever-evolving understanding. Justice had manifested in complex, imperfect forms rather than neat resolution. Healing had progressed through engagement rather than distancing, through reconstruction rather than restoration. 2 weeks before departing for the London installation, Samantha visited the Foundation's new headquarters in Boston, her first return to the city since selling the brownstone months earlier. The Foundation now operated from a renovated historic building in the Museum District, its physical space reflecting the evolved mission and enhanced security protocols developed through her experience. The visit coincided with the announcement of the Foundation's expanded scholarship program, which had doubled its support for students pursuing careers in arts education and cultural preservation. Meeting with scholarship recipients, bright, committed young people dedicated to ensuring cultural resources remained accessible to future generations, Samantha experienced a profound sense of purpose confirmed. This was what the criminal operation had targeted, not just financial assets, but the mission they supported, the opportunities they created, the cultural heritage they preserved. The Foundation's continued and expanded impact represented the most meaningful form of justice, not merely punishing those who had attempted to exploit its resources, but ensuring those resources continued serving their intended purpose with enhanced effectiveness. During her Boston visit, Samantha also met with Daphne, whose crucial intervention had helped expose the criminal operation before it completed. Now heading Continental Trust's completely restructured compliance division, Daphne had transformed her own experience into institutional reform that protected countless clients from similar vulnerabilities. The security protocols you developed for cultural institutions have applications across financial services, Daphne explained during their dinner. We've implemented adapted versions throughout our client management systems, with particular emphasis on relationship-based verification and pattern recognition. The improvements have already identified several potential compromise attempts. This practical application in the commercial banking sector represented an expansion of impact beyond Samantha's initial focus on cultural and philanthropic institutions. The protection frameworks were proving adaptable across domains, creating broader security enhancement than she had originally envisioned. Before returning to New York, Samantha made one final visit to the site of the brownstone, where her marriage and its systematic betrayal had unfolded. The new owners had significantly renovated the property, transforming its appearance and energy. Standing across the street, observing the changed facade and landscaping, Samantha experienced a sense of appropriate distance, recognition without emotional triggering, acknowledgement without continued attachment. The place that had contained both authentic relationship and sophisticated deception, both genuine connection and calculated exploitation, had been transformed into something entirely different, just as her own life had evolved beyond what either she or her betrayers had anticipated. The parallel transformations seemed fitting, reflecting the journey from traumatic experience to reconstructed purpose. Back in New York, final preparations for the international tour accelerated as the exhibition prepared to reach global audiences. The London installation would be housed at the Victoria and Albert Museum, the Paris showing at Centre Pompidou, and the Tokyo presentation at the National Art Center, prestigious cultural institutions that recognized the exhibition's significance for both public education and institutional protection. The night before her departure for London, Samantha hosted a small gathering of colleagues from the Cultural Institution Security Initiative, the interdisciplinary team she had assembled to develop and implement protection frameworks beyond the exhibition itself. The group included security specialists, cultural administrators, financial experts, psychological researchers, and communication professionals, a diverse collaboration essential for addressing the multidimensional nature of sophisticated deception. When we began this work a year ago, she told the assembled team, we were responding to a specific criminal methodology targeting cultural and philanthropic institutions. What we've discovered through our work is that the patterns of sophisticated deception extend far beyond these specific targets, manifesting across domains from personal relationships to democratic processes. The observation reflected their evolving understanding that recognition frameworks developed for specific institutional protection had broader applications for contemporary literacy. The capacity to identify sophisticated manipulation constituted an essential skill for navigating a complex information environment where authenticity and fabrication increasingly intermingled. The international expansion represents an opportunity to extend this understanding across cultural contexts, Samantha continued. While the specific methodologies may vary based on local conditions, the fundamental patterns of sophisticated deception appear consistently across boundaries. Our frameworks for recognition and response need similar cross-cultural adaptation. The team discussed upcoming initiatives beyond the exhibition: educational programs for cultural administrators, technical resources for implementation teams, governance recommendations for trustees, and public literacy materials for broader audiences. What had begun as response to specific criminal targeting had evolved into a comprehensive approach to contemporary vulnerability and resilience. As the gathering concluded and colleagues departed, Samantha found herself alone in her Manhattan apartment. Surveying the physical evidence of her transformed life, the space contained nothing from her previous home. She had made a deliberate decision to begin with entirely new furnishings, creating environment without direct connections to the place where deception had unfolded. Yet photographs of the Foundation's activities, documentation of the security initiative's implementation, and planning materials for the international exhibition tour created visible markers of continuity, not with the specific relationship that had been revealed as deception, but with the deeper values and commitments that had preceded it and survived its betrayal. The Monroe Foundation's mission of supporting arts education and cultural preservation had been her commitment before meeting Nathaniel. Her professional dedication to authenticity and heritage protection had defined her identity, independent of the relationship that had targeted these values. Her capacity for analytical precision and conceptual integration had constituted core strengths that predated the deception that had attempted to exploit them. This recognition that her fundamental identity and values had both preceded and survived the sophisticated deception represented perhaps the most significant aspect of Samantha's personal recovery. The betrayal, however devastating, had not defined her. It had revealed strength she hadn't fully recognized and catalyzed work she might not otherwise have undertaken. As she prepared for sleep before the early flight to London, Samantha reviewed once more the introduction she had written for the International Exhibition Catalogue. Sophisticated deception succeeds initially through isolation, convincing targets that their experiences are unique, personal, and disconnected from recognizable patterns. Its power diminishes dramatically when these experiences are connected, contextualized, and transformed into shared frameworks for recognition. This exhibition represents such transformation, converting private trauma into public resource, isolated victimization into collective protection, individual vulnerability into institutional resilience. The documented evidence of extraordinary betrayal has been reconstructed into educational framework for preventing similar exploitation. The journey documented here isn't one of simple resolution or perfect justice. Sophisticated deception creates complex harm that rarely allows for complete restoration or absolute accountability. What becomes possible, however, is meaningful reconstruction, not returning to what existed before betrayal, but creating something new from its aftermath. As you move through these galleries, you will encounter disturbing evidence of calculated predation alongside practical tools for recognition and protection. You will see documentation of extraordinary harm beside testimony to remarkable resilience. Most importantly, you will witness the potential for transformation when isolated experiences of victimization become connected resources for collective security. From these fragments of deception, something authentic has emerged, not despite the betrayal, but through the process of understanding and responding to it. The very methodologies designed to exploit and diminish have instead revealed capacities for recognition and resilience that extend beyond any single institution or individual. This is the ultimate failure of sophisticated deception, that its careful calculation cannot account for the human capacity to transform devastating experience into meaningful protection, to convert isolation into connection, to reconstruct fragments of betrayal into frameworks of authentic purpose. The statement represented both professional assessment and personal testimony, an integration of analytical understanding and lived experience that characterized Samantha's evolved approach to her work. The woman who had once curated exhibitions of physical artifacts now curated comprehension of complex contemporary vulnerabilities, preserving not objects, but capacities for discernment and resilience. As she drifted toward sleep, Samantha found herself experiencing neither the raw pain of betrayal's immediate aftermath nor the illusory comfort of complete resolution. Instead, she encountered something more sustainable, a clear-eyed recognition of both vulnerability and resilience, an acceptance of complexity without surrender to cynicism, an appreciation for authenticity made more acute rather than diminished by exposure to sophisticated deception. The fragments had not been restored to their original configuration. That was neither possible nor desirable after fundamental betrayal. Instead, they had been reconstructed into something with its own integrity and purpose, something that would not have existed without the transformative experience of deception and discovery. This reconstruction of personal identity, professional purpose, institutional mission, and cultural resources represented the most meaningful response to sophisticated predation. Rather than merely surviving betrayal or achieving conventional justice against perpetrators, Samantha had transformed the experience into protection for the very values and institutions that had been targeted. From these fragments of deception, she had created something genuinely valuable, not despite the betrayal, but through the demanding process of understanding and responding to it. The journey from that October night in her kitchen to the international exhibition about to open in London represented not just personal recovery, but professional evolution and institutional protection that extended far beyond her individual experience. As she finally surrendered to sleep, Samantha carried this understanding into dreams no longer haunted by betrayal's shock, but animated by purpose that had emerged from its aftermath. The sophisticated deception that had nearly destroyed her had ultimately revealed strength she hadn't fully recognized and catalyzed work she might never otherwise have undertaken. A final irony that transformed calculated exploitation into unexpected legacy of protection. If this story touched your heart, and you want to keep following inspiring and moving stories, be sure to check out our upcoming videos, subscribe to our channel, and turn on notifications to stay updated on new content that can brighten your journey and provide valuable insights. Join us and keep exploring stories that truly matter. I'm sure the next video that pops up on your screen will touch you as well, so click on it now, and we'll see you there.